Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podcast of Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazies, weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Nerdy Occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, folks. How's everyone doing today?
And I am your host / Time Lord wannabe, the brainstormer of pop culture. How's everyone doing today, folks?
I am doing well. Unfortunately, though, for both of us, we should be very, very quiet because we're hunting stupid.
I'll say it. But I forgot to bring this one up. Actually, no, I got none. No updates or anything. My mind just blinked for a sec. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know. This might be a short one for us.
Maybe.
Because we only have technically 3 topics.
Mm-hmm.
But stick around for the end, folks, because we will be talking about something that we brought up a little bit in the past, but we'll be giving more feature here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start with our first article. This is from Lad Bible, written by Tom Wood. New Looney Tunes cartoon series has banned characters from carrying guns. This was published the June 7th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So a week ago.
Yeah. And folks, this is why I paraphrased Elmer Fudd earlier in the show, if that's not obvious. But yes, be very, very quiet. We're hunting stupid. It's just stupidity season again.
Excuse me. Alright, so starting off, a new series of short Looney Tunes cartoons does not allow characters such as Yosemite Sam and Elmer Fudd to have guns, according to the main man behind the show, Peter Braungard.
Okay, well, fuck you, Mr. Guard, because...
No, it's Braungard.
Well, Mr. Braungard, then. Because Looney Tunes has been a mainstay of popular culture since the 1930s. And I'm saying that as somebody who grew up on the Looney Tunes in the fucking early 2000s. And nobody, not even the extreme lefties who favor gun control, of which I am one, hello, I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, had any sort of problem with the cartoonish violence of Elmer Fudd or Yosemite Sam. And it's interesting to me that you can allow characters to blow themselves up with rockets and nukes and whatever the fuck else, but you don't allow guns, not for any safety reason or because it will offend anyone, but because of a political talking point about gun control. You fucking moron. In the immortal words of Marvin the Martian, you have made me very, very angry. Moving on.
Right. The new series of animated shorts, imaginatively titled Looney Tunes Cartoons, has been released on the subscription-based HBO Max platform and won't be do- doing guns, according to executive producer Baumgart.
Okay, explain yourself, and it better not just boil down to because guns are bad, yo.
Ironically enough, I'm not, I'll voice my opinion later.
Hmm.
Just alright. That means that the kind of slapstick cartoon violence that we've become used to over the years has drastically changed for this outing. A throwback to the iconic cartoons of the 1930s and 40s, it still features a load of exaggerated violence, but there just aren't any actual firearms.
Okay, why? And does this include abstract guns like the disintegration pistols wielded by Marvin the Martian? Or are abstract guns okay as long as they're not anything close to literal guns? Because on that note, you'll find that actually in Looney Tunes, the guns in question never actually fired bullets. They fired explosions. They fired cartoonishly over exaggerated explosions. There were no bullets in any of the guns fired by Yosemite Sam or Elmer Fudd. Do you see why we are firing at you when we are hunting our weekly allotment of stupid? Moving on.
Alright, what on earth is Elmer Fudd going to be hunting with?
That is an excellent question.
Um, okay, I guess I'll just voice it here a little bit here. I don't particularly mind because I think if you remove guns, maybe you have to get a little more creative with it in terms of situation and stuff.
I suppose, but on the other hand, not making Elmer Fudd a hunter is a little bit like not making Yosemite Sam a cowboy. It can be done, but
Right,
it,
right. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying like I'm kind of on the fence with this.
hmm.
I do disagree that uh, I disagree that for political reasons it should not be done.
Hmm.
If it was simply just a creative decision, so they could have a
If it were done for the sake of allowing the writers to be more creative, that wouldn't be so bad. I agree. But they went and changed something timeless, not because the creativity called for it, not because the writing would be improved by it, but because something guns are bad, okay.
right. And, the weird thing is that other cartoons have gone around this. They still had guns in them. They just didn't have them shoot actual bullets.
And again, while we're on the topic of that, I think it's funny that Mr. Brown Guard is so obsessive over guns, given that the Looney Tunes guns didn't fire bullets either. They fired explosions. There was never a bullet actually fired at a character in the Looney Tunes. It was always the over exaggerated boom explosion.
Yeah.
Hell, if you want to go there, it's funny that Elmer Fudd's uh, gun was designed more after an elephant gun than it was a regular rifle in terms of like its shape and shit. If this was considered an issue, then
Yep.
that issue was already addressed in the 1930s, and no one has had a problem with it since.
Right. And another thing is you don't have to do realistic with it. I mean, you could make it like those old timey muskets.
Yeah, it's one of the and for the record, Elmer Fudd has fired a musket before, particularly when he was a Mountie in several episodes. And no one has batted an eye since then about that. But because this guy wanted to make a political statement by abstaining from using guns because guns are bad, MK. Now we have to discuss this when it shouldn't have even been an issue.
The series sees a return to screens for classic double acts like Elmer and Bugs Bunny, Sylvester and Tweety, and Daffy Duck and Porky Pig. This time out, it's going to be just anvils and dynamite then. That's how it would seem anyway. Brownguard told the New York Times, "We're not doing guns, but we can do cartoony violence. TNT, the Acme stuff, all that was kind of grandfathered in. Still, it'd be nice to see the old gang back together, won't it?"
The phrase "kind of grandfathered in" makes me think that if it weren't automatically grandfathered in, he wouldn't want to do that either, which frustrates me. Because, like, the Looney Tunes set the standards of cartoon violence. Like, they are what people refer to when they mean cartoonishly violent. And again, I must ask, what about the what about Marvin the Martian's Acme disintegrating pistol? Because you're going to be missing that as well. If you're totally committed to getting rid of anything shaped like a gun, then you robbed Elmer Fudd of something that didn't even fire bullets originally. Granted, neither did the actual guns in Looney Tunes. They fired explosions, but let's not let facts get in the way of you making a political ostentation, sir. Moving on.
What was I? Still, it's nice to see the old gang back together, won't it? It'll be nice to see the old gang back together, won't it? This latest show is an attempt to really get back to the essence of the original characters. Just simple visual gags and silly slapstick jokes.
Okay, that's a fair sentence, and presumably also the dialogue, because the dialogue was also a key part of what made Looney Tunes work. Apart from the characters, obviously didn't speak, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, most of them anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, but in most cases, a large part of what made Looney Tunes work was the writing and the dialogue. Where would Bugs Bunny be if he weren't the snarky, like, Bostonian / New Yorker smartass that we know and love? Or even in the case for characters who don't speak often, like Wile E. Coyote, where would we be with him without Wile E. Coyote genius and so forth? And of course, Elmer Fudd's famous lisp, or Yosemite Sam's tendency to refer to everything as varmint, even when he's not in a Western context, which I think is funny. Moving on, though.
A return to the good old days, if you will. You see, for this series, of which they've animated 1,000 minutes of brand new Looney Tunes content, they've taken a leaf out of the original series book. Looney Tunes cartoons doesn't have scripts. It's just the result of cartoonists sitting in a room, drawing together, drawing stuff up, and having a bit of a giggle at the same time.
So that means what? There's going to be, let's see, 1,000 minutes, roughly 10 minutes per episode.
100 episodes?
Roughly, yeah, apparently. I'm impressed they've gone that far already, but I see no reason why they shouldn't. I mean, it's Looney Tunes. No one ever has turned down Looney Tunes in the 80 plus years they've existed. So, yeah, why not? And also, even though I'm mostly angry at this fucker for fucking around with what otherwise should be timeless and making it not timeless, I am glad that they're returning to the roots of Looney Tunes instead of doing what the Looney Tunes show did in the mid 2000s and making the Looney Tunes of all characters be in a generic sitcom. And not even a good sitcom like Frasier or Seinfeld, but a generic like Friends style sitcom. That was so stupid. I'm not sure which is more stupid though, making Looney Tunes a thing that should be timeless political or turning it into a generic sitcom for kids. We shall see, I guess. Moving on.
On occasion, they might have taken things to extremes, and those could be easily separated in a more adult-friendly fashion. Uh, Anything to say to that, or
Well, I mean, no, like almost no one has ever been injured because they were trying to replicate stuff that was in Looney Tunes. Because the whole point of Looney Tunes being loony is that everything is over the top. So, like, no one has ever seen, Wile E. Coyote flying on a rocket and thought, I'm going to try that because everyone know not only does everyone know that would be stupid on the face of it, but everyone also is aware of what happens to Wile E. Coyote when he's in the midst of doing that shit. Because Looney Tunes, if nothing else, has always been good at portraying consequences to stupid actions. Moving forward.
uh, brown guards continued. Some of them have maybe gone a little too far, so they might come out in a different format, adding that the more extreme offerings could be packaged for an adult swim type of thing.
So you're telling me that Looney Tunes is too adult for modern sensibilities? I can't. But again, Looney Tunes has been part and parcel of kids' programming since the fucking 30s. And originally, Looney Tunes weren't even made for kids. They were made for everybody because cartoons were the thing that played before theatrical releases in theaters. So they were made for everybody and therefore appealed to everybody. But would you care to notice that in the 80 plus years that Looney Tunes has been targeted at children, nobody, not a single bugger, has given a fuck about the adult situations that young kids were exposed to. And do you know why? And I hate that I keep having to explain this, but young kids like being treated like adults and being exposed to mature things. There's nothing that pisses off a child more than being treated like a child. Kids like being aware that they're dealing with something that they otherwise wouldn't get away with. And incidentally, the adult jokes you might see in something like the Looney Tunes prepare children for dealing with more adult themes. They make kids think. That's one of the things that I liked about the Looney Tunes as a kid that I didn't often like about things that were targeted at my own demographic because people expect children to be much, much stupider than they otherwise are. But if you let kids in on adult jokes before they become adults, then they become smarter as a result because their brains start to fire in in a way that allows them to get adult jokes and therefore think more like an adult. You see, it's a good thing to show children things that otherwise children shouldn't be shown because it makes them more likely to actually understand when those things tend to happen in real life. and it makes children less insufferable if you give them leeway enough to treat them like mature entities unto themselves. Moving forward.
Story editor Johnny Ryan added, uh, we're going through this wave of anti-bullying. Everybody needs to be friends. Everybody needs to get along. Looney Tunes is pretty much the antithesis of that. It's two characters in conflict, sometimes getting pretty violent. The only difference is that instead of trying to catch rabbit wa- wabbits with a gun, Elmer Fudd has to get a bit more creative.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. To say that Looney Tunes of all things leads to bullying is probably the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard, sir.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
Okay, read that again because I'm not sure I entirely got what that meant.
So story editor Johnny Ryan added, we're going through this wave of anti-bullying. Everybody needs to be friends. Everybody needs to get along. Looney Tunes is pretty much the antithesis of that. It's two characters in conflict, sometimes getting pretty violent.
Again, it sort of seems like he's calling out the Looney Tunes for being too violent for kids. To which I have to say, sir, were you one of the few fuckers on the planet goddamn Earth that didn't grow up with Looney Tunes? Because if you grew up with Looney Tunes, you should know that the Bugs Bunny approved method of dealing with bullies is to outsmart the fuckers. If nothing else, that is the message of most Looney Tunes. It's the proverbial little guy standing up to the person who is actively hostile to them by being a fucking smartass. It works in just about every pairing of Looney Tunes you can imagine. In Bugs fighting Elmer, you have Elmer being a hunter and wanting to kill him, and then you have Bugs being smarter, and by virtue of being the smartest guy in the room, gets out of the situation. Same thing with Wee Bird. Cat wants Little Bird to eat. Little Bird very much does not want to be eaten, and therefore Little Bird gets smarter than Cat. The same is true of the Gophers, the very polite Gophers whose names I forget. They always are more posh and more sophisticated than the people that are hunting them, therefore they get out of it, and so on and so on and so on. If nothing else, Looney Tunes carries the lesson of outsmart the people who want to be actively aggressive shits to you. And I have to wonder if you genuinely think that Looney Tunes is the antithesis of anti-bullying. What sort of sheltered bubble world do you want kids to grow up in? Seriously. If you can't teach them the lesson of be smarter than the people who are aggressive to you and you'll end up coming out on top, then what the fuck are you honestly going to teach children about bullying? Other than whine when you don't get your way, which seems to be the only lesson that children who are sheltered ever learn. Fucking hell. Moving on.
Brown George concluded, I always thought, what if Warner Brothers had never stopped making Looney Tunes cartoons? As much as we possibly could, we treated the production in that way.
Um, there really wasn't too long of a time period when they weren't making Looney Tunes cartoons, to be honest with you. I mean, in like from the 30s to the 60s, that was considered like the golden era of Looney Tunes cartoons. Then in the 80s, there were the compilation movies. And in the 70s, there was the Bugs Bunny and Roadrunner show that basically compiled all the old ones and threw in a couple new ones here and there. In the 90s, we had Space Jam and a bunch of solo shorts there. And in the early 2000s, we had Looney Tunes Back in Action, which was basically the only Looney Tunes thing to ever bomb. Then, unfortunately, for the Looney Tunes fan base, we had the Looney Tunes show, which was a piece of shit, but still counts as Looney Tunes content. And now we have this. Like, in the 80+ years that they've been making Looney Tunes shit, someone somewhere has always been making Looney Tunes shit because Looney Tunes are awesome and they're timeless. And you want to take that timelessness away from them by making them modern, you ignorant piece of shit. Or at least that seems like what he's about to say. I really hope I'm wrong about that. Moving on.
Right. It's certainly working, as the show has become one of the most popular series to be released on the new platform, which came out on May 27th in the USA. So far, there have been 10 gunless episodes released, and it looks as if the punters aren't missing them.
Okay, I can't speak for the new ones because I haven't seen the new ones yet. So
I know.
maybe they're gonna manage to make them good despite this quote unquote modernizing, but I don't have high hopes. I guess moving forward.
And yeah, that's the end of the article.
It really annoys me that no one seems to be able to understand the positive nature of timelessness lately. Everybody wants to make things modern and relevant, and they don't understand that making something that can last a century is its own kind of virtue. Because you can take cartoons from the 30s and you can show them to kids in the early 2000s and they will still be funny. How is that not considered a minor miracle in and of itself? Nearly a century has passed since the first Looney Tunes shorts, and yet they're still, or at least the ones from the classic era, are still applicable to every child that grows up with them. But how how is it that this is going to be quote unquote relevant a century from now? Answer: it's not, because things change. But if you make something timeless and you don't fuck around trying to make it modern, turns out you end up making something universal enough to be appreciated by anyone.
Right. Um, I have nothing to say to that. So moving on.
Yep. Moving forward.
I mean, this isn't really something to. I honestly should have found something for us to be happy about, but I didn't. Anyway, this is from Bounding into Comics. This is one of two articles where you were meant to.
Covered last week, but we didn't get a chance to.
Thank you. God damn.
Brainstormer's brain has left the building.
Well, that and also my nose is fucking stuffy as hell.
Ooh. Yuck.
Yeah. All right. Marvel Comics artist Mahmud Azra. If I'm saying that name wrong, I'm sorry. And Frank Cho appeared to endorse Antifa after President Trump declares Antifa will be classified as a terrorist organization.
Well, I'm sorry for this, but they are terrorists. They should have been designated as terrorists a long ass fucking time ago. A terrorist is somebody who commit excessive acts of violence in the name of religious, political, or philosophical, essentially bullying. And Antifa has basically been doing that since their inception. The very instant somebody got beat over the head with a bike lock for being a quote unquote fascist when they weren't, somebody should have gone to jail. But they didn't. So here we are. Moving forward, I guess.
Okay. Marvel Comics artist Mahmoud Asra.
I'm pretty sure it's Mahmood, but I could be wrong.
Mahmoud. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not good at names. Appeared to endorse Antifa a day after President Donald Trump declared the United States would be classifying the group as a terrorist organization. I'm sorry. It's throwing me for a loop on the fact that the word "appeared" it's not like a fact, like an actual objective fact is the thing.
I think that might just be the writer trying to be charitable, but who knows? Well, hopefully we'll see the actual evidence of them either supporting them or not, and then we'll go from there.
I'm sorry. It's just I'm not really big on rumors and stuff, so I always just want to clear that up. I'm skeptical until we're shown evidence. Is my thing.
Yeah.
Right.
If they weren't actually supporting this group, then so be it, and that's us being stupid. But if they were actually supporting the group known as Antifa, then Antifa are a bunch of violent anarcho-communists, and this just goes to prove that their ideology is popular with essentially the cultural aristocracy. So, fuck them.
Mm-hmm. All right. President Trump took to Twitter on May 31st, where he wrote, "The United States of America will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization." And there's a tweet there. And I assume this is, I don't know if this is this Mahmoud's or Frank Cho's art, but it's a cover for Jane Foster Valkyrie. It's been a while since we've actually talked about anything of Marvel.
Huh?
I just realized that it's been a very long time since we talked anything Marvel.
Yeah, it has. It's been quite a while, but there have been other things going on lately, so we covered.
Yeah. All right. President Trump's tweet came after multiple riots that led to violence and looting in multiple cities across the United States, including Minneapolis, Nashville, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, and others.
Yeah, and for the record, I've never been a big time Trump supporter or anything. Hell, I supported Bernie Sanders, and my second and third choices were Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. And next election, if Tulsi and Yang run again, I'll probably still support them then. And I'll be hoping for Ro Khanna to be sort of the next generation of Bernie Sanders. But in this instance, I am totally on Trump's side with this. To be fair, he should have designated Antifa a terrorist group a long fucking ass time ago. Because, like I said, the very second somebody accidentally got hit in the head with a bike lock because somebody thought they were a fascist, quote unquote, and they weren't, somebody should have gone to jail and it should have been designated a terrorist group at that point. But because it was a professor that beat somebody about the head with a bike lock for being a fascist when they weren't, that got swept under the rug. And here we are.
There are days where I really do hate the world.
Well,
not the world itself, the people in it.
Yeah, you didn't realize it was a professor that did the bike lock thing?
I didn't even know about the bike lock thing until you just said it.
Yeah, no, somebody who was a professor, this was a couple years ago, was in an Antifa protest and thought that somebody looked like they were a fascist, so he beat them over the head with a bike lock and didn't even see like prison time. I'm pretty sure he got like community service, if that, when he did that. So yeah, a a college professor beat somebody over the head with a bike lock because he thought they were fascist and didn't really massively get punished for it.
It also comes after a September 2017 report from Politico that explained the Department of Homeland Security had formally classified Antifa activities as domestic terrorist violence. Despite President Trump's declaration that the United States will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, Marvel Comics artist Mahmoud Asrar appeared to endorse the organization, sharing the hashtag Comic Artist Against Fascism, and released a symbol alluding to Antifa's logo. And I have it is not available. It is not available. Tweet must have deleted it.
I don't necessarily blame him for deleting it, but I don't honestly I doubt that he deleted it because he didn't like he didn't delete it because he changed his mind about supporting them. He deleted it probably because he got a bunch of shit from people pointing out that the reason why Antifa are bad, and I'm just gonna throw this out there. The reason why Antifa are bad is because they conflate fascism with just garden variety capitalism. They consider capitalism to be like an extension of fascism, or or sort of a means to the end of fascism, because they are a bunch of violent anarcho-communists, and they consider anarcho-communism to be the only proper antidote to what they consider fascism, because they essentially consider all hierarchies to be tangentially fascist, and that is some dumb shit.
You good?
Yeah, for now
Okay.
anyway.
Artist Frank Cho would also share the image on Facebook and caption it, writing "Fuck Trump."
In this, and in most cases, I would tangentially agree with you because, like I said, Bernie supporter, not a Trump supporter. But being that as it may, Antifa should have been considered a terrorist group a long ass time ago, around the time somebody got beaten over the head with a bike lock from a college professor who basically got off scot-free with it. But because this is the ideology that these people tangentially agree with, because whether they want to admit it or not, Antifa's opinions are predominantly popular with journalists, writers, and artists, and corporations and actors, which is to say that as much as you want to believe that you're anti-establishment, my dear Antifa members, you get tacitly condoned by the people in power. And general rule of thumb, the people that genuinely fight the power are not often very popular with the power. That's kind of the whole goddamn point. Moving on.
Comic book writer Jeff Lemire also shared the logo, seemingly endorsing Antifa. Oh, shit. I have one of the guy's books. Like, I bought one of his books to read.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Lemire, the people you are tacitly endorsing are violent anarcho-communists who believe that capitalism is a tacit version of fascism. And you can oppose fascism without being a member of Antifa. because there are many different routes to opposing fascism. Unlike what most members of Antifa seem to think. They seem to think that the only proper way to oppose fascism is to be an anarcho-communist. That's why their logo is black and red, because black and red is the color of anarcho-communism. Or anarcho-syndicalism if you switch the colors back around. But either way, it's basically communism. And I'm sorry, but communism is not the only antidote to fascism. There's a whole spectrum of individualistic liberal democracies that are capitalistic, that are in the middle there, that are not fascist in any way whatsoever. So far be it for me to be old-fashioned, but I prefer to fight violent collectivism with individualism, not with just another form of violent collectivism. Moving on.
Okay. You can see the comparison with the Antifa flag below. Yeah, nothing really different about the logo.
Nope. They're tacitly condoning it, it seems.
Alright, Assar is currently the main artist on Marvel's X-Men book, as well as Conan, Battle for the Serpent Crown. He's also providing covers for Valkyrie, Jane Foster, and Excalibur.
And incidentally, dear Antifa members, given that you're supposed to be all anti-establishment and shit, does it not bother you that you're being amped up and signal boosted by the guy that writes for X-Men, one of the most popular superhero teams in the history of ever? Because if I were genuinely interested in being anti-establishment, I wouldn't want people that were literally the establishment to be agreeing with me. But here we are. Moving on.
I'll be honest, I don't exactly like the art this guy makes. When I'm seeing of him.
Yeah, no, it's not very good.
It's just like flat is the thing. Like, he doesn't seem to have
Yeah.
anything.
It doesn't have any dimension or any life to it. It almost looks like a parody of a comic cover, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, he has also worked for DC Comics on Adventure Comics and Supergirl. Oh wait,
Bless you.
thank you. Asar previously worked on Conan the Barbarian, X-Men Red, The Totally Awesome Hulk, All New, All Different Avengers, and All New X-Men. He has also worked for DC Comics on Adventure Comics and Supergirl.
So this guy was the guy that made Totally Awesome Hulk. Somehow
No, he just worked on it.
Well, but either way, that doesn't surprise me somehow.
Frank Cho, has also worked with Marvel Comics and DC Comics. His last work with Marvel Comics was cover art on Incredible Hulk back in May 2018. For DC Comics, Cho did variant covers for Harley Quinn and Wonder Woman. He most recently did a variant cover for Batman number 71 in May 2019.
Yeah. A bunch of hipstery artist fucks who think that modern day civilization is somehow fashion.
Right. Okay, so Jeff Lemire is the creator of Dark Horse Comics Black Hammer series, which I have the first volume of right here in my hands. I haven't read it yet, but plan to.
Mm-hmm.
I might make a review of that for here on this channel. Maybe. He is also the creator of Gideon Falls, Sweet Tooth, Ascender, and Essex Country.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that comics are currently being produced by people who endorse violent anarcho-communists and who
Well,
Uh,
to be fair, I think most of the stuff was prior, like very prior.
right, but still, they're still working. They're still both working at Marvel and DC, and they're endorsing violent anarcho-communists on the Twitters that they have specifically to promote themselves as artists.
So more recently, he has launched a Kickstarter for Cosmic Detective alongside fellow writer Matt Kind and artist David Rubin. So Lemire are not alone in appearing to support Antifa. Back in November 2019, James Bond writer Andy Diggle endorsed Antifa. Um, he wrote, "They call it fracking because hydraulic fracturing sounds destructive. They call it climate change because global warming sounds scary."
Okay, no, that's not even intelligent as far as the left-wing narratives go. The reason why the term changed from global warming to climate change is because they realized that the climate changing doesn't just warm up the planet, it also causes extreme weather in the other direction as well, because more extreme weather results in more cold fronts, which result in more things like snowstorms and shit. The
Hey,
reason,
Dalton, you sound a little quiet.
okay, sorry, yeah, that's ignorant even of yeah, ignorant of even left wing narratives. The reason why they call it climate change now is because somebody realized along the way that the climate changing because of greenhouse gases doesn't just result in temperatures getting warmer. It also results in extremes in the other direction, meaning that more extreme weather results in more hot and cold fronts, which result in more things like snowstorms, tornadoes, etc. The reason why it's called climate change and not global warming anymore is because it doesn't just warm the planet, it also causes the climate to change. And because climate change is a more precise term, it got applied. And global warming fell out of favor because we realized it's not accurate. You moron. You don't even like, and this is why it's useful for me to be a leftist, because you're not even educated on the left wing reasons for shit. Moving on.
He then added, "They call them Antifa because anti-fascist is a position any reasonable person would support. Choose your own words."
Anyone can use the term anti-fascist so long as they are not directly fascist. What you really have to look at is the way they go about opposing fascism. And incidentally, the term Antifa actually comes from their own goddamn banners. It's not it's not something that the right wing or whatever the fuck made up to slander Antifa. They put it on their own banners, and incidentally, in their minds, anything that is remotely capitalistic is an extension or a tacit condoning of fascism, because in their minds, all hierarchy is considered a form of fascism, or at least tentatively associated with it. Again, the reason why their banners are black and red is because they are violent anarcho-communists slash anarcho-syndicalists, which are basically the same thing, but with minor circumstantial differences. Just because somebody calls themselves something doesn't mean they can do no wrong, therefore. Just because the Nazis refer to themselves as National Socialists doesn't mean they have anything to do with Bernie freaking Sanders, for example. You understand this principle when it's people you like making the distinction, but when it's people who you want to be blindly in service to, all of a sudden you completely forget how terminology can shift. Because, of course, you don't have to even call yourself an anti fascist to oppose fascism. You just need to propose a doctrine that is separate from fascism. But if you happen to consider Western liberal individualistic democracies to be fascist, then it becomes very popular for you as an anarcho-communist to call yourself an anti-fascist, even though individualism is very much counter to the ideology of fascism, because fascism requires authoritarian control of basically every feature in civilization, which is very much counter to liberalism and individualism. But according to Antifa, as we know, liberals get the bullet too, which they've literally engraved next to hammers and sickles on public property. You ignorant, ignorant fuck. Moving forward.
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse director Peter Ramsey also came out in support of Antifa back in 2018. How long has Antifa been around?
Like 2015, I think? 2015, 2016?
Jesus. Anyway, he wrote, how do they act other than fighting actual fascists who want to curtail the rights of Jews, of black people, of women, of Muslims, etc.?
They have done no such thing. They have not fought anyone who self-describes as a fascist or even whose political positions would tentatively be approximate to fascists. Usually, Antifa shows up when people are exercising their individualistic freedom of speech because they think that ideas that run counter to their narratives are so wrong and so dangerous that they can't even be publicly expressed because they genuinely believe that human beings are blank fucking slates who are so impressionable that any idea they're exposed to will immediately become lodged in their brains. It's not as though people have counter arguments to positions or anything. You absolute dipshits. They destroy public property and private property, usually people who own small goddamn businesses. But because they consider capitalism to be a tacit condoning or extension of fascism, you let them get away with it because you can magically enter a headspace where something calling itself the Ministry of Truth automatically means that it can do no wrong. But I'm sorry, but much in the same way as in 1984 when somebody called themselves the Ministry of Truth, that doesn't preclude them from lying. So too, someone calling themselves the anti-fascist movement doesn't preclude them from holding all sorts of other positions, because in their definitions of the terms they're using, anti-capitalism is considered a part of fascism, which is fucking stupid. And they consider the only solution to capitalism and therefore fascism to be communism, which is also fucking stupid. You need to pay more attention to people's definitions for the terms they're using than you do the terminology. You understand this principle when it's your enemies making the point, but when it's your side making the point, you automatically enter a headspace where you don't fucking use your brains. You ignorant shits. Moving on.
Ramsey added, I've never heard of Antifa oppressing anyone except people who want to oppress others.
I would dare say the guy that got beaten over the head with a bike lock by a college professor would disagree with you. As would the guy who almost got shot because he had a quote-unquote Nazi haircut.
Alright.
As would Andy know, the Asian gay journalist who got beat the fuck up because he went to cover an Antifa rally in his hometown. Moving on.
Alright, so this is going to be a treat for us, maybe. DC Comics writer Zoe Quinn also attempted to excuse Antifa violence after Quillette editor Andy Ngo was attacked in Portland back in July 2019.
It's pronounced no. because it's Asian. I don't know
Oh,
how it works either. Yeah, but
well,
okay,
the G there kind of confused me. I
yeah,
was
okay. So Andy No was a guy who, because of so many people, or because of so many different political demonstrations in Portland, made his name by covering Antifa riots, essentially. And one of the people in Antifa, when he went to cover the riot, recognized him and got a bunch of people around him to beat him the fuck up. And he was put in intensive care in an emergency room for like 3 days afterwards. And it's especially ironic when you consider that he's Asian and gay. So yeah, so much for white supremacists.
um, sugar makes it impossible for cement to actually what? Sugar makes it impossible for cement to actually solidify, but okay, go off. And just responding to a retweet comment. He's a journalist. It's his job to cover it, and Antifa were the ones mixing cement into milkshakes and throwing it at him. That makes them the nefarious ones.
Yeah, basically a bunch of people decided to put cement into milkshakes and throw them at him. That's one of the ways in which he was beaten the fuck up. But it's not the only way he was beaten the fuck up. But either way, generally speaking, if you are the person throwing shit at a riot, you are the one losing the argument. Because in civil discourse, we use our words to fight, not our fists or any object that we might have at hand. That's the difference between a protest and a riot, or one of them anyway.
Right. Um, sugar is usually, and she continued this, sugar is usually used in construction to stop cement from solidifying. But I'm sure this false demonstration that's coming from the Portland Police Department had nothing to do with the report on them collaborating with far right groups that just came out, right? And then she has like a picture here of
Okay, you ignorant twit. The fact that the cement in the milkshake didn't solidify is no defense. Even if they were just throwing regular milkshakes, it would be a step too far because it's an attempt to shame somebody without any argumentation. It's an attempt to basically mark somebody as these are the people it's okay to beat the fuck up. And incidentally, seeing as Andy No got beat the fuck up immediately following this, can you see how shame is a very dangerous weapon, even if there's no physical threat involved? But when there is actually a physical marker involved, which in this case is either a cement mixed milkshake or just a milkshake, it's quite another level above even that. Shame is not what organized human beings do. It's not what civilized human beings do. Civilized human beings deal in counter arguments or counter demonstrations. They do not mark people to be shamed and then beat them the fuck up. You ignorant twit. And incidentally, because we live in a civilization with free speech, even people who I massively disagree with, like Richard Spencer, have a right to speak. Because we don't believe as a civilization that anyone who talks will necessarily convince the people he's talking to. You tend to believe that because you genuinely believe that all human beings are blank slates with no intelligence or will of their own to counter argue. But generally speaking, when most people hear stupid shit being said, their natural impulse is to either ignore the stupid shit being said or to counter argue against it. Nobody just tacitly goes along with whatever positions are shouted at them in the street. In fact, most people, when they're shouted something in the street, tend to think less of that position because somebody is shouting it at them. You have no idea how human psychology works, and it has resulted in you not knowing how human speech works. Morons. Entirely. Moving on.
So, yeah, I'm just. Ah, damn, there are a lot of tweets. In 2017, she had previously supported Antifa violence. I'm just going to run through these. All right. Just FYI, Antifa violence won't give the Nazis ammo. That assumes that these people haven't been targeting people for fucking years already. Leaving aside the simplification there, the country isn't in a place anymore where it gets to avoid these situations. When we're up against a force that wants to visit violence on so many as an end goal and won't back down, there will be times.
Okay, sweetheart. If you
Oh,
don't.
wait, hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, there's. She just likes hearing herself talk. And scenarios where those opposed to violence will only be able to choose between fighting back or being hurt.
Okay, sweetheart. Even if somebody makes the argument, hey, we should gas the Jews, you are free to say, no, we shouldn't, that is a stupid and borderline evil idea to gas the Jews. And generally speaking, mockery is a better tool for authoritarians and tyrants than violence is. And this is exactly why. Because when you are violent to someone, you automatically make them seem a more reasonable position. When someone is violent to you, you automatically are made the more reasonable position because you are not the person who resorted to violence in the first place. And yes, it will give actual Nazis ammo if you won't let them talk, because not only will fewer people listen to them talk and therefore be deconverted from what they're saying, but the more you are violent to people who say dumb shit, the more compelling you make that dumb shit, because, generally speaking, we as a civilization are on the side of the people having violence done to them more than we are the people doing the violence. So if you want to make someone more sympathetic, be violent towards them so that they can then play the victim. Because human beings have this thing called empathy, and we don't like seeing violence inflicted on people who have not as yet deserved it. And I'm sorry, but words do not automatically correlate to violence. No amount of bad words someone could say make them worthy of being beaten the shit out of. And the more you try to beat the shit out of them so they can't talk, the more compelling you make what they're saying. Because if I'm the one saying I should be allowed to speak, and you are the people saying, no, we shouldn't, and in fact, we're going to beat the shit out of you, regardless of what I would have otherwise said, you're going to make me seem like the reasonable one and yourself look like violent, hysterical shits, because you are violent, hysterical shits. If you had just let these people talk, you could have mocked their stupidity, and then you would have been done with it. Because people generally respond well to mockery, but they do not respond well to violence. Darling. Ugh. Fucking hell. Moving on.
That's kind of everything. I mean, there are other tweets, but I don't think they're worth mentioning.
Okay.
And then
Next.
now, yep. Hold on. There we go. Same from Bounty to Comics. This Image Comics founder Eric Larson defends Antifa. This is by John F. Trent. Published June 2nd, 2020. I don't think we ourselves have covered Eric Larson in any kind of actual way.
Yeah, no, I know Corrupt has, though, because Eric Larson is the guy responsible for Savage Dragon. It's Corrupt's favorite. I wish Corrupt was here so that we could hear his take on this whole thing, but yeah, unfortunately not.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Image Comics founder and the creator of Savage Dragon, Eric Larson, recently defended Antifa in numerous tweets after President Donald Trump declared the United States of America would be designating the group as a terrorist organization. At the end of May, amid riots and looting taking over multiple cities in the United States, President. Yeah, okay, so just kind of reiterating the first part of the last article.
Mm.
So yeah, same tweet. United States of America will be designated Antifa as a terrorist organization. President Trump's statement on Twitter would be echoed by Attorney General Bill Barr, and also picture of Savage Dragon when I think it was actually supposed to be good, like his first appearance in the 90s.
Mm. And
Okay.
once again, just for the record, I completely support the president's desire to label Antifa as a terrorist group because they actually fit the definition of violent terrorists. And they should have been designated terrorists a long fucking time ago, but weren't because people were on their side. Moving forward.
Okay. Barr stated federal law enforcement actions will be directed at apprehending and charging the violent radical agitators who have hijacked peaceful protests and are engaged in violations of federal law. He added to identify criminal organizers and instigators and to coordinate federal resources with our state and local partners. Federal law enforcement is using our existing net worth of 56 regional FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force is. Barr concluded the violence instigated and carried out by Antifa and other similar groups in connection with the rioting is domestic terrorism and will be treated accordingly. Adam.
Yeah, I totally agree with that statement. And what's more, it's not an unreasonable statement because he actually made the distinction between those people who were peacefully protesting and those people who were co-opting the protest for the sake of violent shit flinging. Moving forward.
Yeah. President Trump's statement and Attorney General Barr's comments come after a 2017 report in Politico detailed the law enforcement already described the actions taken by the organization as domestic terror violence. The report by Josh Mayer details federal authorities have been warning state and local officials since early 2016 that leftist extremists known as Antifa has become increasingly confrontational and dangerous. So much so that the Department of Homeland Security formally classified their activities as domestic terrorist violence, according to interviews and confidential law enforcement documents obtained by Politico. Okay. Okay, Eric Larson comes in now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In response to President Trump's declaration, Eric Larson defended the violent organization, writing, I thought I was going to sneeze. Antifa means anti-fascist, and it's not an actual organization, but an ideology. Motherfucker, that's basically saying that is a terrorist group in a way.
Okay, yes. Also, just labeling yourself something positive does not mean that your actions are positive, or that your ideology that you correlate with that positive term is positive. For example, in George Orwell's in George Orwell's book 1984, the party referred to itself by various positive names, including the Ministry of Truth, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Peace. However, the Ministry of Truth was mostly in charge of propaganda. The Ministry of Justice was mostly interested in counterterrorism and war efforts, and the Ministry of Peace was mostly interested in external war efforts. Just calling yourself something positive does not make you a positive influence on things. You have to actually look at the tenets of the ideology in question. And as I previously stated, the reason why Antifa always associates itself with the colors black and red is because black and red are the colors of anarcho-communism. Because they conflate anything tending towards liberalism or individualism or capitalism to be a stepping stone on the road to fascism. Because they are morons. In their minds, everything that is remotely funded by capitalism is inherently fascist, because any hierarchy in their minds is inherently fascist. In their minds, there is no such thing as a just hierarchy or a sensible hierarchy. No one has ever done, no one has ever gotten things just by earning it. Everyone has always gotten things by force or by coercion in their minds. And that is why these people are stupid fucks. Because capitalism is not fascistic. Liberalism is not fascistic. And individualism is not fucking fascistic. But by their definition, it is. And that's why they call themselves anti-fascist. Because they are anarcho-communists who believe that the only solution to communism, or the only solution to capitalism and therefore fascism in their minds, is communism. What somebody calls themselves is not near as important as what their ideology actually says or does. And in this case, they consider capitalism to be fascistic, and therefore they consider anti-capitalism to be an extension of anti-fascism, and therefore can get away with calling themselves anti-fascists. It does not mean that they are not bad people. It just means that they consider themselves to be for the greater good. But funny thing about evil, no one ever actually considers themselves evil while they're doing evil. Everyone who's ever done evil considers themselves to be doing something for the greater good. Even the Nazis considered themselves to be fighting against a Jewish conspiracy because Jews were in charge of the banks. If they had bothered to do any research at all, they would realize Jews were in charge of the banks because for several centuries, banking was the only job available to Jews, and therefore Jews got very good at banking because the ones that didn't get good at banking didn't survive to get good at anything else. But because Jews were the ones in power, they considered it to be just to take them down a peg. And the same is true here. Just because capitalists are the ones in power, they Antifa considers it legitimate to take them down a peg because in their minds, any hierarchy is inherently semi-fascist. And it's absolute dipshittery. Moving on.
He added, the United States was Antifa when we went after Hitler during World War II.
Again, simply calling yourself in opposition to a bad thing doesn't actually say much about you because, and this is gonna fuck with your head, there are many ways to be opposed to fascism. You can be opposed to fascism and be a communist like Antifa. You can be opposed to fascism and be a liberal or an individualist like Winston Churchill or um General Patton, whose first name I spontaneously forget. But the difference between these two things is one of them is fighting fascism for one set of ideologically driven reasons, and the other is fighting fascism for another set of ideologically driven reasons. In the First and Second World Wars, when we fought fascism, we were fighting fascists as individualistic, liberal, capitalistic democracies. When the Soviet Union, for example, was fighting fascism, they were fighting fascism in terms of a communist being opposed to fascism. But either way, they were fighting essentially for horrifying forms of authoritarianism that collectivized all of human endeavor. And personally, I prefer the good old fashioned Winston Churchill style of fighting fascism, namely, let people have freedom and let people not be controlled, and then fascism will fall simply by virtue of fascism not being conducive to human nature. They would prefer to fight fascism by replacing one kind of authoritarianism with another kind of authoritarianism and in the case of modern day Antifa, not realize that their kind of authoritarianism is authoritarianism because they want anarcho-communism, which in and of itself is kind of contradictory because communism requires a state to exist, whereas anarchy very much does not require a state to exist and in fact is counter to a state existing. In other words, you are full of shit, sir. There are many routes to fighting fascism, and they don't all have to include violent anarcho-communism. Some of them can include liberal capitalistic democracies. But if you're Antifa in the modern era, you consider capitalism and liberalism and individualism to be just a stepping stone to fascism. Moving forward.
In a subsequent tweet, he added, "If being anti-fascist is a problem in the United States, that in itself is a problem." He
Again,
continued, yeah,
okay, finish it off and then I'll rant.
he continued, "No American should be pro-fascist, especially not the President of the United States." There you go.
Okay. Refusing to be anti-fascist in the way that Antifa defines it is not tantamount to endorsing fascism. There is a middle ground there. You could simply ignore fascism entirely, which is a perfectly reasonable statement because fascism is inherently ridiculous. By actively opposing something, you're giving it credit and clout and saying it should be something in the conversation at all. And quite frankly, fascism and communism should both be beyond the pale. They should both be considered stupid shit. And incidentally, there are ways to be opposed to fascism without being in support of violent anarcho-communism. But in Antifa's mind and in their ideology, they consider capitalism to be part of fascism. Do you actually agree with this principle, Aragorn? Do you yourself consider individualistic liberal democracies powered by capitalism to be a stepping stone to fascism? If you do, then you are a dipshit, and you should be ignored entirely. If you do not, then please look beyond the terminology people use, and instead look at the ideologies that they are forcing their way into. There are ways to oppose fascism without denouncing capitalism or liberalism or individualism. These people are not doing that, though. These people consider capitalism to be an extension of fascism. These people consider capitalism to be a condoning of fascism. I do not consider these things to be true. I consider liberalism to be inherently counter to any kind of collectivism because liberalism implies individualism. And that is a perfectly reasonable center position for me. But you are an absolute dipshit. Being anti-fascist is not a problem for any American. However, being Antifa is because of the definitions of the words they're using. What they're defining as fascism is not fascist, and therefore what they're defining as anti-fascism is not actually anti-fascist either. Moving on.
When challenged on his statements, he then argued that Antifa isn't an actual organization. He wrote, "It's like arguing that the feminists are a terrorist organization when one causes trouble. It's not a unified body with a leader and whatnot."
Okay, if your position is organizations founded to support an ideology are not organizations because they are ideological, then you must believe that Nazism can't be held accountable for what the Nazis did. That is how stupid you're being right now. By saying, you can't call this an organization, they're just an ideology, you're failing to acknowledge that ideologies have tenets. They have premises that you have to believe to be part of that ideology. For example, to be a Nazi, you have to believe that the Aryans are being oppressed by the Jews and therefore the Jews need to be taken down a peg. I do not believe this statement. Likewise, I do not believe that capitalism is an extension of fascism, therefore I'm not a member of Antifa either. Even if we accept your notion that Antifa isn't an organization, it's just an ideology, that ideology can be opposed for the same reason that Nazism can be opposed, because ideologies that say stupid shit within their corpus, within the context of them, should still be opposed because they're dipshittery, and more importantly, they're dipshittery that will lead to violence and destruction. But as it so happens, people and individuals organize Antifa riots, and therefore they are at least organized enough to have public displays. There are Antifa chat rooms on Facebook and Twitter where these people meet to discuss when and where and how they will do their violent shit. As a result, they are at least organized to be enough to be considered an organization. Not to mention that they have flags and banners and fucking newsletters of every different description, so they have all the criteria necessary to be considered an organization. You excusing them by claiming it's just an ideology doesn't actually excuse anything. If they're an ideology, then sure, oppose the ideology. And just because they're calling themselves something positive doesn't mean you can't oppose what they're actually saying. Moving on.
Okay. He then stated that the group does not kill people. They're not killing people like the KKK, alt-right, and Nazis, none of which have been labeled terrorists.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the KKK has been labeled a terrorist group. And second of all, the KKK currently has a member list that numbers in a few thousand at most. Antifa, as we've seen recently, can organize entire riots in individual cities all over the country. So clearly, just by the numbers, they're a bigger problem. And incidentally, you don't have to go out and directly kill people to be considered violent and stupid. You just have to commit acts of violence and harm against people. And like I said, people like Andy Ngo have gotten the shit beat out of them. People like the guy that the professor beat over the head with a bike lock have had violent shit done to them. And you could make the argument that it's even worse because they have to now survive afterwards. I'm pretty sure Andy Ngo actually got brain damage from his meeting from Antifa. And now he has to live being less cognitively capable than he otherwise was because somebody beat the shit out of his brain. Does that not qualify as violent enough for you? And incidentally, the alt-right, as you term it, barely even exists to begin with, unless we're considering anyone and everyone who's marched with Richard Spencer a member of the alt-right, and even then, the only person that the alt-right has killed was accidentally run over during the midst of a riot because a person was trying to get out of a street with a riot in it and they accidentally hit somebody. Meanwhile, Antifa has actively sought to beat the shit out of people and successfully beat the shit out of people. Just because their beatings haven't gone so far as to actually kill anyone yet doesn't mean they don't have the intention to do just that. It just means that in the particular circumstances that they were finding themselves in, they were able to stop themselves. That doesn't mean that violence being done to people will not eventually lead to killing people. And incidentally, the Ku Klux Klan has existed for more than a century, whereas Antifa has existed for maybe the last 10 years at most. Well, modern American Antifa. There were groups in Germany that called themselves Antifa before, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, Antifa has existed for 10 years, and already they've beat the shit out of people, given people brain damage, and beat the heads of people with bike locks. And the Ku Klux Klan has existed for more than a century, only has a few thousand people to their name and hasn't killed anyone in the last 20 years. Which of these is a bigger problem at the moment? Look past the positive terminology and just look at what people are both thinking, saying, and doing, sir. Moving forward.
He would then double down and state that Antifa is not an organization. Lotion wrote, It's not an organization. It's like saying air breathers do fascist things, which, while technically true, it's a ridiculous thing to say because air breathers are not a unified organization.
Okay, fair, sir, but
Hey, Don, uh, you coming through a little bit quiet.
better.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing. Air breather is not an identifier that anyone actively uses. Antifa will actively call themselves that. They have labeled themselves that. They are the ones that made most of the freaking banners and flags and shit they use to call themselves that. And furthermore, someone actually has to do something extraordinary to be considered a member of Antifa, whereas they don't need to do anything particularly egregious to call themselves an air breather. So this is a disingenuous point. And even if I take your point, sir, Antifa is still an ideology that is causing individual people to get together with a bunch of their individual friends and form associated organizations. There are a bunch of organizations that would, broadly speaking, refer to themselves as Antifa. And in so doing, you could very much say that Antifa are part of those organizations. Just as if, say, the Aryan Brotherhood and Stormfront and the Ku Klux Klan all got together, you very much could say that not a single one of them was the Nazi group, as in a group of Nazis, but all of them had Nazi talking points and did shit in the name of an ideology not dissimilar from Nazi talking points. Therefore, it's not unreasonable to say that the various groups that have organized because of Antifa are doing things in the name of Antifa, especially when they self identify as such. They call themselves it and they organize. Therefore, they are at least organized enough to have organizations directed on their behalf, and therefore should be held accountable. And again, even if they weren't an organization, they would still be an ideology, and that ideology can be criticized. If the very act of breathing air committed violence against people, I would start to say maybe we should do something about all the air breathers. And in so doing, and just like that, if the very act of being quote unquote Antifa causes violent demonstrations to occur, I am perfectly within my rights to say maybe we should do something about all the fucking Antifa. Moving on.
Yeah. He also doubled down on his idea that the group had not killed anyone, regardless given zero deaths, because how can you label them a terrorist organization when Nazis, the alt-right, and KKK aren't? They've perpetrated uh, actual murders.
Nazis would very much be considered a terrorist organization, and they were in Germany right up until the point that they took power, for the record. Um, the alt-right, again, has only killed one person, and it was an accident because somebody was trying to get out of a crowd and a bunch of people got in the way on purpose. And the KKK hasn't killed anyone in more than 30 years, and they only have several thousand people in their membership. So, which of these is the bigger problem? And again, just because someone hasn't killed anyone yet doesn't mean they don't have every intention to. Considering that among the various things that Antifa have done in the 10 years they've existed include beating people over the head with bike locks, accidentally shooting people that they thought were Nazis, and violently bumping into people and beating them with police control batons and shit. They have every impulse to kill someone. Their violence just hasn't gone that far yet. But seeing as most of these groups have existed for more than a century, and Antifa has only existed for 10 years, I would say give it time. I'm sure it will happen eventually. Because the intention to commit violence is there. The only thing that's changed, or the only thing that's different about Antifa than that's different about someone like the KKK, is they've been around long enough to actually follow their ideology to its inevitable conclusion, and Antifa, fortunately for them, hasn't gone that far yet. The intention, however, is there, and so I don't think this is a meaningful distinction you're making. Moving on.
Former Antifa member and organizer Scott Crow would provide a much different outlook on the organization than Larson. Speaking with CNN, Crow explained the group embraces violence. There is a place for violence. Is that the world we want to live in? No. Is it the world we want to inhabit? No. Is it the world we want to create? No. But we will push back. But will we push back? Yes.
Okay, so there you have it from the horse's mouth. An actual member of Antifa has told you that they willingly embrace violence for the sake of their ideology. So, honestly, at this point, it's just a ticking clock before they kill a fucker. Granted, when they kill a fucker, it'll probably be somebody like Richard Spencer, who I genuinely believe the world would be better off without, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have human rights. Just because he's an odious fucker doesn't mean he doesn't have a right to live. Moving on.
Crow then explained the ideology behind Antifa. The idea Antifa is that in Antifa is that we go where they, right-wingers, go. That hate speech is not free speech. That if you are endangering people with what you say and the actions that are behind them, then you do not have the right to do that. I'll be honest. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'll be honest. It does kind of sound very fascist-like.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying earlier, there you have it. They're admitting that most often when they assemble, they're assembling against people who are doing nothing but speaking. And therefore, they are categorically escalating the issue. Because if someone who is doing a bad thing is doing that bad thing in the form of speech, and you escalate against that bad thing with actual actions like violence, then you are the person who is categorically making it worse. It doesn't matter if the thing they're saying would have eventually led to violence. Until it actually does that, you cannot judge them for things that haven't happened yet. You're supposed to judge the action, not the context of the action. I.e., if someone is beating the shit out of someone else, but they say they're doing it for peace, they're still accountable for the fact they beat the shit out of someone. And if someone is just talking about wanting to gas the Jews or whatever the fuck, you can't actually persecute them for gassing the Jews until they actually do it or attempt to do it. If all they're doing is speaking and you respond with actual actions, then you are officially making it worse. And incidentally, hate speech is free speech. Someone can yell at the top of their lungs, gas the Jews, as often as they like, as long as they never actually attempt to gas the Jews. That's the difference between something being purely theoretical, purely in the realm of words, and being in the realm of actions. There is a fundamental difference there. Someone can say, I'm going to murder you sarcastically to their friends every day forever, and everyone can be perfectly aware they're never actually going to murder anybody. But the second someone actually does murder their friend, it doesn't matter if they say, I didn't mean to do that, they're still accountable for having murdered their friend. You see the difference?
He continued, and so we go to cause conflict to shut them down where they are, because we don't believe that Nazis or fascists or any stripe should have a mouthpiece. Again, that comes off as very much a fascist.
Yeah. And again, in a world of free speech, people with bad ideas are allowed to talk. The correct solution to people with bad ideas is to counter them with good ideas, or at least neutral ideas. If someone says a stupid thing, the correct response should simply be to tell them that is a remarkably stupid and or evil thing you just said. If Hitler came back from the dead tomorrow and said, we need to gas the Jews, I would be one of the people there saying that is remarkably stupid of you and also probably evil. But until he actually bothers to go ahead and try it or organize to try it, then I can't actually hold him accountable to that, can I? If all he's saying is we should gas the Jews, then my reaction to that should just be confined to answering in kind, essentially. If someone says bad words, then you should respond with neutral to good words. If someone does bad things, then you can respond with neutral actions, like fighting back. If someone actively punches you, then you're allowed to punch them back. But if someone just says repeatedly, I am going to punch you, and never actually does it, then you should just respond with, no, you're fucking not, and then move on with your life. Words should be countered with words, only actions should be countered with actions. And what the words are hypothetically going to lead to doesn't count. Because freedom of expression includes the freedom to be angry or sarcastic. And people say stupid shit in the heat of the moment all the time and never act on it, so you can't reasonably say they're going to anytime they mention it.
Moving on.
Moving on.
Maybe more interesting is that the Mercury News states that Crow believes Antifa's violent ideals are being adopted by mainstream liberals. Jessica Saruth writes, Scott Crow, a former Antifa organizer, says that radical ideas promoted by Antifas are starting to be adopted by liberals. She then quotes Crow, who says, they would never have looked at those ideals before because they saw us as the enemy as much as the white right wingers.
No, most artists actually tend to lean far to the left, and as the Overton window of what's considered left wing has moved, it's essentially been tacitly condoned by the powers that be. That's why Antifa hasn't been considered a terrorist group from day one. It's because those in power, the artists, the writers, the journalists, the politicians, actually tend to at least be sympathetic to this. They think that these people are doing the right thing, even if they can't necessarily agree with how they're going about it. They still tacitly agree with the reasons they're doing it, which to me is more alarming than anything. Moving forward.
We're gonna have to wait like a minute for me to look for the article to load. But really, I have nothing to really say. You kind of covered everything. Don't I just think it's kind of stupid
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah. Speaking as a fairly left-leaning social democrat, communism is still fucking stupid. And I will say there is something I want to get off my chest about this. Dear friends of mine that are more to the right than I am, conflating people like Bernie Sanders with these fuckers just makes these fuckers look better. Because Bernie Sanders, whatever you may think of him, is just a social democrat. He's not a communist. And by calling him a communist, you actually make communism seem more appealing and more reasonable. But actual communism can get fucked. As far as I'm concerned.
Um, still loading. Damn CBR. But yeah, I have nothing really to add to that. So actually, yeah, no, this is going to be kind of our last article. And then I think we're going to take a little bit of time to discuss the podcast, like the official podcast Storm Discord server.
Okay.
After that,
there's also that article I sent you about. Somebody said something to the effect of Steven Universe and some other show don't have police, so why do we need them? Or something like that.
I think we'll wait for next week. I'll have to look at it. All right, now it's finally loaded. God damn it. Okay. This a fun one. Okay, so this is from CBR. This is by Alexander Soma, I believe.
Okay.
Sowa. Alexander Sowa. This
Hmm.
published June 7th, 2020. This is the golden age of LGBTQ cartoons. Dalton, would you, for the uncultured or unknowing audience?
For those that don't know, I am LGBT, so any criticisms I make of this article are coming from somebody who it presumes to speak for.
Right, and also, I guess I am his best friend, and I have no trouble with that.
Yeah.
This is mainly this is mainly a critique of merit, I would say.
Yes. And also speaking as an LGBT person, do not fucking speak for me, you ignorant fucks. I will let you know if and when I agree with you on something, or if I don't.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The subheader reads: The 2010s introduced multiple groundbreaking shows when it comes to LGBTQ representation. Damn it! I felt like I was gonna sneeze. Like, I hate that. You know?
Yeah. And then eventually, like 20 minutes later, when it actually happens, it's always at the most an opportune time to.
Yeah. Ugh. Like, it's like it's right there. You know, like when someone's like tickling your nose when you're like asleep, and then nothing. And the 2020s are shaping up to do even more. And we have a picture here of Marceline, the Vampire Queen, and Princess Bubblegum from Adventure Time, and She-Ra and Catra from She-Ra and the Princesses of Power, I believe is what it was called.
Mm-hmm. I don't really care either way, but I do find it kind of funny that two of the examples they gave were two girls being together, because as I've recently made a point of pointing out, lesbians have always been the marketable version of gay, because straight guys like to imagine two girls fighting over them.
Oh, yeah. Okay, as a straight guy, I can agree with that.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. I will consider this actual progress when we see two dudes doing shit.
I think there are a few different versions. They're just not like it's not as prevalent.
Yeah,
Is the
because
thing.
like I said, lesbians are the marketable gay.
All right. Okay. LGBTQ representation. They forget the plus.
Yeah,
That's funny because I feel like they get on our ass about that. Yet,
yeah. If one of us wrote LGBT and didn't put the A or the I or the plus in, um, they would go, it's LGBTQIA, etc. plus, and they would get all ranty about it. But they can shorten it to LGBT and nobody bats an eye.
yep. LGBTQ representation in popular media has been a slow uphill battle. Generalized statement, I agree
Uh,
to a point.
I will say I see no reason why it should become a major thing. It would be nice if more romance movies were gay based because
Yeah.
uh,
Right. I'm sorry. Don't please finish the thought, and then
yeah,
I'll.
I like romance stories as much as the next person, but outside of like the romance genre, I see no reason why gayness needs to be made a explicit thing any more than like straight relationships need to work their way into every fucking thing.
You know what's funny?
Hmm.
Well, I'll say the thing I wanted to say first, and then I'll bring up the what's so funny thing. Um, Generally, yes. I think overall it's been an uphill battle, but again, I do agree, Dalton. Um, it's not prevalent in a way that I'm trying to think of how to say this actually.
Take your time. It's fine.
Yeah. It's not as equal representation in terms of there are the same number of gay guys as there are lesbians. It's mostly just lesbians. It's that whole tipping scale thing which we brought up.
Yeah, it's the fact that of the various varieties of gay, lesbians are the marketable gay because straight dudes like to imagine um two girls fighting over them essentially. There's no ew gross reaction when two girls are kissing, but there is, at least to some people, to some extent, an ew gross reaction when they see two guys kissing.
And to
Which is,
those people, go fuck yourselves.
yeah, well, I can sort of understand it, but
Well, no,
if
I can understand it too. I still say go fuck yourselves.
yeah, but that being said, I for those people that find lesbians to be okay and even like attractive, you have no excuse. Like the people who just don't like gay at all, I can empathize with that. But the people who are okay with lesbians but not okay with two guys because they can't see themselves being banged by those two guys can go fuck themselves. If you're okay with lesbians, you should be okay with all the varieties of gay.
Yep. Okay. So, right, the what's so funny? God damn it! I lost the train there. Lost the train of thought for that.
What's so funny was where you left off there.
I know. I just can't remember what was so funny.
Hmm.
Fuck. Oh, damn it.
Let's see. I mentioned the fact that lesbians are the marketable variety of gay, and I mentioned that I don't see any reason why like
Oh,
gay
right. No, I
representation.
remember. I remember. Ha. Thank you for bringing that stuff up, Don. It helped.
Mhm.
Okay. What's so funny is I think this is mainly referring to obviously to Western animation,
Yeah,
right? However, Eastern animation, primarily Japanese. Thank
yeah,
God for Japanese.
yeah. All hail anime.
Funny enough, I'm not actually a weeb. I know, shocking, right?
Well, I mean, at least a little bit.
A little bit. Like I'm not. I grew up watching just the typical anime stuff, but I'm not like weeb.
You're a fan of like the mass market like shonen stuff.
It really just depends if it's good or not. Like
Hmm.
I'm not a big fan of Dragon Ball or Pokemon.
Yeah, me either necessarily. Although I am slightly nostalgic about Dragon Ball because Dragon Ball was like the first anime I ever watched.
Naruto actually for me. Like I think that was the first anime I ever watched on like Toonami. So
I can never get into Naruto. Like
yeah, I kind of got off of it after like the original series ended.
hmm my best friend in high school was a massive Naruto fanboy, and I could never. I wanted to watch it just so we would have more stuff to talk about, but I could never get into it.
Right. But what was that? Right. Like a lot of Eastern animation actually has been made a lot of great strides actually in um,
hmm
LGBTQ plus representation for like I don't know 30, 40 or so years I believe.
Yeah, because the Japanese aren't prudes about shit. We have this weird hang up about sex and sexuality and romance in Western civilization where it's like unless unless we're tacitly in favor of whoever happens to be doing the banging, we find it gross. Whereas um Japan is just like, yay, bring on all the sexy. And obviously being okay with sexy stuff slowly correlates with being okay with romantic stuff because of
Yeah.
course
Um,
you need romance to begin the sexy.
right. Most of the time.
Well, but
Right.
rape fantasies are a
No, no,
whole nother
what
ballgame.
what the fuck you? That's not at all what I meant.
Well, I'm sorry. When you go into like non-consensual sex, all I can
It,
think is rape
that's
fantasies.
not no. You. Oh, I was talking about the romance aspect and meaning that sometimes it's just like that physical desire thing. You know, the one night stands deal.
Well, yeah, sometimes it's just people banging for the sake of wanting to bang, but usually there's at
What
least some aspect of like meet cute
you
involved.
you always take it to such a weird place, don't?
I am aware of this.
Oh my god. Okay, but what I was saying was, I mean, there are some examples. I just can't remember. Granted, I think there. No, there are a few examples I could think of. It's just I can't remember the name of those series. Is the issue, and I'm sorry I can't. Like, I
Mm.
mean, the one I came out, the one I remember was because I had a VHS tape I watched one a long time ago. Sailor Moon.
hmm
You know, Sailor. I believe it was Sailor Saturn and Sailor Uranus.
I,
They were like the same.
I
They were
think so.
lesbians. And that was like in the '90s, and
hmm
so you know, it's. Um, I mean, I remember that hearing that the weird thing was that in the English dub in the '90s, they made them cousins, which their interactions were kind of weird because of the animation and stuff.
hmm
So kind of implied incest with the '90s dub. So you
Well,
know,
they did the same thing with Ruby and Sapphire in China for Steven Universe because of course they're supposed to be two like female adjacent entities, and in China Ruby is changed to a male so that their relationship can work for China sensibilities.
China, y'all got problems.
Yeah, and also speaking of fuck communism, fuck you China and your communist bullshit.
Right. Okay. Okay. We need to get back on this because we've only gotten to the
Sentence.
first sentence. Things may have reached a point where popular films with same-sex relationships can reach popular acclaim. Moonlight, Bohemian Rhapsody, and The Favorite are all award-winning films in recent years centering around queer narratives. I've never heard of. I heard of Bohemian Rhapsody, but I didn't hear any of these other ones.
Moonlight, I remember because Moonlight won an Oscar and was Best Picture. Was Best Picture. I think the year that La La Land was supposed to be nominated as well. Because I remember there was a massive flub where um they said the wrong one at first. When the person came up to deliver who won the Best Picture Oscar, they said the wrong candidate first. But
Mm.
aside from that, yeah, I've only really heard of Moonlight and Bohemian Rhapsody. Although to be fair, Bohemian Rhapsody doesn't quite count because it's just a biopic, and it just so happened that Freddie Mercury was gay, so it's just portraying something that already existed. It's not like creating a whole new gay story out of nowhere.
Right. Never heard of The Favorite though.
I
And
have
don't even.
heard of it, but I know nothing about it.
Well, to be frank, I don't really pay. It's not. Yeah, I just don't pay much attention to these kind of movies that are really just Oscar baity.
Yeah, the Oscar bait art house dramas that always end up
See,
getting.
I wouldn't mind an art house film, but uh, again, it's just the Oscar baity deal.
Yeah, the pretentiousness, like we are so much more cultured than every other movie or
Yeah. Okay. What was that? But there's a larger burden to overcome when it comes to animated films. A part I can kind of agree with that. Not in the context of this article, mind you.
yeah, I think the person that's writing this is just saying we need more gay because more gay is inherently better, but
Honestly, I just want kind of a return to form, like in the '90s with like the Disney movies,
yeah,
where like you could tell grown-up stories, but in a kind of fashion that appeals to all.
yeah,
Like again, like I mentioned, one of my favorite Disney movies from the '90s, I believe it was the '90s, was Hunchback of Notre Dame
yeah,
and Atlantis,
yeah.
Treasure Planet.
Yes, and unfortunately Atlantis and Treasure Planet really
Oh,
didn't stick the landing quite as well as Hunchback did.
still good movies though, like really amazing movies.
Yes, they both are. And if Disney is going to insist on making live action versions of everything, honestly, I'd be more interested to see something like Atlantis or Treasure Planet turned live action because I think it'd be harder to do as far as visual effects wise, and that might actually make it more interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting on a nostalgia trip with those movies now.
Yeah, because of Atlantis and Treasure. I still remember when Treasure Planet came out on like videotape.
Right,
And,
right.
and
You were alive at that time. Well, you were born. Like you lived during that time.
yeah,
I was
1995 was when I was born, so
right. So yeah, I was born right at the tail end of the '90s, and that time kind of came away from me.
yeah.
Shame. Okay, so but yeah, just honestly, the big burden is just stop making movies that kind of are really dumbed down. Honestly,
Yeah. Same
it's
with same,
insulting.
same with shows. Just focus on quality, and the rest is come what may.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loved Into the Spider Verse, not just because it was a Spider-Man movie, but just it was a well-made, well-crafted
Because
movie.
it was awesome, and probably the
Yeah,
best Spider-Man movie we've gotten in a context where we've gotten like 6 or 7 Spider-Man movies already.
I will
And
say it's far better than the MCU movies. I think it's
and
up. I would be willing to debate the other movies.
I think it's better than the Sam Raimi ones as well. The problem with the Sam Raimi ones is they came out like 10, well, actually more than 10 years ago, almost 20 now. And times have changed for the superhero genre in that time.
Right. Okay. Where was that? Okay. Disney is the largest purveyor of feature animation in the West. It's not even really animation at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, they haven't done a hand-drawn movie since Princess and the Freaking Frog.
And my thing is though, is I don't mind the whole 3D thing. It's
Mm-hmm.
just more. It's kind of like every 3D animated movie seems the same.
Yeah, unless
Well,
it's
I mean,
Pixar.
there are exceptions,
Yeah,
obviously.
Pixar, I think is so good at making people think it's going to be higher quality. Like
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Inside Out and Onward and Soul actually looks really good. But
I haven't seen those movies. I didn't really care to see them. I just didn't. Eh. Um, though I will say I liked DreamWorks How to Train Your Dragon, like the trilogy.
yeah, that was a really great trilogy. They say the books are better, but I've never actually read the books.
I didn't even know there were books for a long time. I thought it was like,
You thought it was an original property?
yeah,
Yeah, I did too, but then a friend of mine confessed to me that she was nervous because the series was apparently created to explain why there are no more dragons. So she was worried about how the third movie would end.
huh. Alright. Disney is the largest purveyor of feature animation in the West, and it's been slow to make progress. The gay character, with air quotes, in Avengers Endgame didn't even have a name. Okay, we have covered this before.
Yeah.
Should we like kind of just do an abridged version?
Yeah.
What we said. That character was kind of meant to show the human aspect and tragedy that had happened.
Hmm.
It was actually it was like one of the best scenes from that movie.
And it was played by the director, for fuck's sake.
Well, one of the directors.
Well, yeah, but still, any character played by the director and used to give character motivations isn't a bad character or an unimportant character.
Right.
And given how generally unimportant everything in Avengers Endgame was compared to how it had all been built up to be, I'd say they did a pretty good job.
You know
Now
what's weird?
that go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was interjecting about Endgame. Like this thought just occurred to me. Like everything before like the time travel stuff starts coming in is actually really good. It's really good there.
Yeah, it's when they start the glorified clip show that things start to go downhill.
Yeah. All right. Please continue. Thought. I'm sorry.
I can't remember what I was going to say. God damn it.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's only fair. I did it to you earlier, so
Well,
it works.
don't try to think about it. Let it come back to you.
Hmm.
Um, so we'll just move on. If it comes back to you, just let me know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The gate. Yeah. Okay. I read that. And the advertised first in air quotes in Pixar's Onward amounted to a character who only appeared in a single scene. Yeah, because it was a side character.
Yeah, and to be fair, gay characters have been appearing in children's animation for a long time, but overtly in movies like that. I think Paranorman might have been the first.
Which
Now,
was, again, good movie.
yeah, excellent movie. And the gay character in that was also hot. Would definitely have banged him.
Don't.
What?
You drooling.
Yes, I know.
Do I need to, like, learn how to use a sling ring from Doctor Strange and put some water on you, like cold water?
I'm tempted to say yes just to have you try it.
Well, someone send me a sling ring and I'll try it.
I totally need to get you one of those now for your next birthday.
All right. But yeah, no, and these are the things. It's kind of funny how we've already covered these kind of things before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's
Then again, I guess it's kind of inevitable given that we talk about social justice stuff all the time, and I happen to be bi, so it's sort of inevitable.
yeah. All right. But what was I going to say? Yeah, those characters. For one thing, the fact that they're not focused on, and the fact that they are uh, gay characters.
Yeah, they have personalities outside of just I'm the gay one.
Right. My thing is though, it kind of fleshes out the world, and that, and also just the fact that none of the main characters really pay that any mind. You know,
Yeah, nobody cared. The only person that cared when Mitch from Paranorman turned out to be gay was Courtney, and that's because she had a fantasy about banging the popular jock, and she was mad that she didn't get to bang him.
which is funny as hell.
Yeah, especially because throughout most of the movie, we think he's ignoring her just because he has a one-track mind and he's kind of dumb, but no, it turns out he just has a boyfriend already, and apparently his boyfriend is fairly effeminate because he likes chick flicks, which also makes me fantasize about banging him, but that's neither here nor there.
Water, seriously.
I know.
You know, one of these days, I think I might just actually just drive there and just put a bucket over your head, like just full ice water.
So, someday we do need to hang out IRL. I mean, we've known each other for what, a year? We definitely need to hang out IRL one of these days.
Now I'll make a plan about it.
Yeah.
All right. But while Disney's attempts at representation on the silver screen have been lacking, the 2010. Granted, I will say that I think that's mostly because they don't want to lose any kind of money, like major money from China, being the
Yeah,
twats that they are.
because China does not like the gay at all.
Twats. Anyway, the 2010s in particular have been a golden age for representation in children's television. You know, it's funny because I'm technically part of that generation.
Hmm.
I never, it was never really a thing I gave a shit about. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I liked relationships in the shows and characters getting together and stuff.
Yeah,
It never really mattered to me if it was a girl, guy, whatever.
yeah,
It was just more of, did they work? Were they right for each
yeah.
other? You know?
Was it a good romance, or were they forced and stupid? And that's the thing, and this is where I disagree with this person because most of the gay romances exist just specifically to be gay romances. They don't, a lot of them don't have character personalities, and they don't, there isn't a believable romance involved. And believe me, I read a lot of gay romance stuff. You should see my Wattpad account. But that's neither here nor there. Um, yeah, the relationships never really work, and they're never really built up for anything. It's just, oh hey, this character's gay and they're dating this other character. But incidentally, when it is reduced to just a mention, I actually tend to like it more because it means this person has a personality and a life outside of just being gay. The gayness doesn't form a large pillar of their personality. It's just a thing that happens to be part of them. And I know it's a foreign concept to most people, but speaking as a gay person or a bisexual person who mostly prefers guys, but either way, I prefer to have a personality outside of just being the gay one. I'm not opposed to being the gay one as when it becomes relevant to things, but when a person is just the gay one and all of their personality and all of their free time is soaked up in being gay, it makes them essentially more stupid and cartoonish because bless you.
Thank you.
Generally, and again, speaking as somebody who's a member of this community, the effeminate, flamboyant ones who are literally nothing but gay are some of the most annoying fuckers you will ever meet.
You know
Because,
what's funny?
go ahead.
I think if I were to classify you as a type of gay, I don't know why, but I think in most cases, if you're like surrounded by other gay people,
Mm-hmm.
you might be the angry gay.
Well, yes, I am fairly angry and I am gay, so that does sort of follow, doesn't it?
Please continue. I thought I'd say that.
No, it's fine. I didn't really have anything else to say.
Uh,
Now I'm imagining how I would classify my boyfriend in terms of what type of gay. Now that you've got me thinking about that.
all right. So while Dawn's busy on that, I will read what's next. From Adventure Time to Legend of Korra to Steven Universe, LGBTQ youth seeking role models in animated media don't have to look far to find them. Okay, so since they have examples, we can offer counterpoints to those examples.
Yeah. Also, I don't need a character to be gay to consider them a role model. Usually, if I want a character to be gay and they're not canonically gay, I just imagine they're bisexual. And
Right.
it's done.
Funny enough, when I was growing up, I related a lot with Danny Phantom. Like he was one of my favorite characters.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was just he was a fairly typical teenager. I mean, granted, he wanted to be he wanted to be an astronaut and stuff. Like I wanted to be an astronaut growing up.
I think every male child has at least at one point fantasized about being either a professional athlete or an astronaut, depending on the type of personality of the kid in question. Sometimes both, I'm sure.
Yeah, fair enough. It was either like I always thought maybe First Man on Mars or like superhero, like a Batman or something.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to be a physicist when I was a kid.
See that's not surprising. Knowing you.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I've mentioned before that before I was into like magic and philosophy and shit, theoretical physics was my shit.
Raise your hand if that does not surprise you.
Yeah.
Just comment down below then if you.
Yeah, even if you've never heard that, if you've never heard that story before, then I'm actually interested in whether that surprises you or not, because most people, I'm sure at this point, if they've been listening to this long enough, have heard the story about how I transitioned from theoretical physics at the age of like 9 to being interested in philosophy and magic by the age of like 10 and 11. I was a weird kid, folks.
Yeah, I'm
That
sure,
shouldn't surprise you either.
dude. I'm sure our audience, like anyone who watches this, was a weird kid.
Yeah. All praise to the weird kids. Fuck being normal. Normal is boring.
Welcome to the freak show.
And
Anyway,
the geeks will inherit the earth.
all right. So yeah, like I said, I mean, granted, I do think I am somewhat comparable to Danny Phantom in some way.
Definitely. If you somehow got ghost powers, I could see you exactly being like him.
Well, honestly, I think I'd be more nobler than him. I wouldn't be as selfish, and I wouldn't really use my powers for any selfish reasons.
I totally buy that because you have a humility and a nobility about you that honestly kind of surprises me from time to time.
Yeah. But yeah. So Adventure Time. See, here's the thing. I never really got to. I didn't watch it a lot as a kid, which I feel bad about because I heard it was really good.
Yeah.
So I don't have a lot to comment about that because I know example, obviously, is Marceline and Bubblegum Princess, or Princess
Yeah,
Bubblegum.
yeah.
I never really got to see them really grow and like connect and stuff. So that's kind of a thing. Um,
I I wasn't a kid by the time I saw that, so I can't really qualify whether that makes any difference.
yeah,
And
so that's one we can't really talk about. Legend of Korra, though, I remember watching that. Like I watched that when it first came out. Obviously,
yeah,
I
and
was like,
my main thing with Korra was it wasn't nearly as well written as the first series.
right. I think it worked better as like a mini series, like the first season. It worked a little bit better.
Yeah,
I think it's when it tried to stretch out into multiple seasons was the issue.
well, that and they kind of ignored the previous world building, and it became really annoying that way.
Yeah. Um, and I remember the whole Coruscant thing. That was a thing that kind of sparked a lot of talk online, like in the
Hmm.
early 2010s. I remember some people saying that it wasn't properly built up.
Yeah.
Um, here's the funny thing is that I never got to watch the whole series entirely because Nickelodeon did this really weird and stupid thing where they started airing the last half of the series on its website.
Yeah.
And back then, I only had like a TV. I didn't have my computer or anything,
Mm.
so I couldn't watch that. But I know what happened. Like I watched it now. You know,
Yeah.
um, I mean, there are subtle things in some of the show episodes and stuff, but I think it's more of it does kind of come out of left field with the kiss at the end of the series, and it feels more of a cop out
Hmm.
because, well, a guy who I don't know, it doesn't. I think yeah, I have to agree with you. Don't. It's more of like the writing was the issue
Yeah.
than anything.
When you have when you're the guy that has to follow the act of one of the greatest Western cartoons in the history of animation, you're going to look bad by comparison, unfortunately.
It's not even that. Like I honestly looked at it as its own thing. I never looked at it as just this.
Yeah, and it wasn't very good even on its own terms, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and that's a shame though because I think weird thing was it had good quality to it. You know, it had good animation and soundtrack was pretty good.
It just didn't have the writing or the character work as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, that was my biggest issue was the character work, obviously, because of me.
Yeah, you and your character based obsession surprising no one.
I am taking a drink. Everyone else should too.
Yes, if you are playing the Brainstormer pop culture drinking game at home, that was your cue to drink.
Because he mentioned something about what him liking characters, because he's a big
Yeah,
character guy.
yeah. And if you are playing the Dalton Mortimer slash Authenticator drinking game at home, then you probably have already drunk like half of whatever bottle you brought with you to drink. So I apologize for that.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, mainly that's the thing was the writing for the characters because they never came off as genuine people.
Hmm.
Granted, I know most of the time, like in the original Avatar series, they essentially started off as characters, well, not as archetypes, but they grew into more. I never
Hmm.
got that with the Legend of Korra writing.
Yeah. And even if I did like Legend of Korra, I still wouldn't have found anything relatable about Korra and Sami. Because most of the time if I paid attention to a character being gay, it was because I found them attractive and wanted to fantasize about banging them. I never I never found a character who was gay relatable to myself because generally speaking, I like to bang the opposite of me and
Right.
I didn't
Um,
find myself attractive, so I didn't pay attention to characters who were that much like me.
mm,
Unless unless they themselves found themselves in a situation where they were trying to romance the stereotypical nice guy athlete character, in which case then I sort of viewed them as my self-insert.
Um, yeah, Cora just never seemed relatable at all. She kind of came off as a arrogant,
Mary Sue.
not Mary Sue, just more of just arrogant. I want to say bitch, but I feel like that's a little too much.
No, I think it fits. And the problem is the writers got it into their heads that in order to make Korra stand out, they needed to do exactly the opposite of everything that Avatar did. The problem being that Avatar did things right. So if you do the exact opposite of the right thing to do, then you're going to wind up doing the wrong thing a lot of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I never got that she was Mary Sue. It seemed like she did make a lot of mistakes.
It's just that she never really paid for those mistakes.
Um, I feel like this is a discussion for another time, but moving on. Steven Universe. I think I honestly stopped watching after the first episode. It didn't grab me.
There was a lot of filler in the earlier seasons. When it starts to actually get into the plot around like season 4 and 5, then it's better.
See, the fact that it has to take so long is a gripe of mine. But
if I were you, I'd just jump into like the plot relevant episodes of like season 4 and then season 5. Because you know enough about Steven Universe to not be lost, and it'll be a much more enjoyable experience for you.
But you know, Dom, this kind of your thing now, please.
Okay, so the problem with the problem with Steven Universe is every alien character in Steven Universe is coded female. So I'm not really even sure that not really even sure that they can qualify as gay because there really is no other option than dating a female-ish character. Even the more masculine female characters in Steven Universe are still coded female. If there was a choice between, you know, male gems and female gems, and then the gems we were following just happened to find other female gems attractive, that would be one thing. But considering that we basically have a unisex species in the form of the gems, I'm not really even sure we can call them all gay.
And technically, it wouldn't be on their planet. It's not gay. It's just regular relationships.
Although they kind of approximate the scandal by saying that most gems are supposed to fuse, which is sort of the in-universe version of have a relationship, with gems of their own kind. So like rubies will fuse with other rubies, sapphires will fuse with other sapphires, and so on and so forth. So it sort of qualifies in the sense that the gems we see usually end up fusing with gems of different types. So like ruby and sapphire fusing to form garnet and so on.
Right. Well, yeah, no, I agree with that. So that's, I think I just realized that's technically racism.
Well, but it's also kind of funny in the sense that in Steven Universe, it's considered more gay to be with the opposite of you. So it's essentially unorthodox to be heterosexual in the Gempire anyway. Because you're supposed to be with your same cut of gem. So rubies with rubies and other gems have to fuse with their same gem and so forth. So well done, Steven Universe, by making a story that's supposed to be subtextually about being gay, you made a story where it's considered a faux pas to be heterosexual. Lol.
Yeah. Um. Actually, no, I got none. I got nothing to say.
Mhm.
Okay. Adventure Time was an animated fantasy series debuting on Cartoon Network in 2010 and spanned nearly the entirety of the decade, ending in 2018. Huh.
And they're actually thinking about bringing it back.
I think it ended on a pretty good note, if I remember correctly. Like I was like in and out of it. I wasn't like an avid fan or anything.
But they're thinking of bringing it back again, so that's interesting.
I think it ended on a way that basically uh, it was like a set. Like the finale was technically set like 1,000. Well, after the characters and like their journey was ending, and just another one was starting again.
Yeah. Um, the thing about Adventure Time is much like Steven Universe. I didn't really get interested in it until they started introducing plot elements, and I really hated the filler. Like, I
Right,
I,
right.
I remember first getting interested in Adventure Time when they started the Simon Petrikov arc,
Dude, that I remember that episode. Like I when I first watched that episode where they first introduced that, like the
yeah,
video.
the Ice King's backstory, yeah,
Dude, that shit was fucking dark.
also awesome.
Yeah, no, it was awesome, but damn, it had me.
Yeah, it went exactly as dark as it should have went,
Yeah,
honestly.
I don't remember what year it was, but I think I think I was in either middle school or like beginning high school.
I
Um,
I I believe I was in college when the Simon Petrikov arc started.
right, but damn, that was a good one.
Yeah, all praise to Simon. He is by far and away the best character on Adventure Time.
And also, I loved like the Lich, like the character the Lich, voiced
Yeah,
by Ron. It was voiced by Ron Perlman, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Which when your voice actor played Hellboy and Slade, you can't really go wrong.
yeah. I just loved how creepy he was.
Yeah, a good unstoppable like force of nature villain is always awesome.
Yeah. Um. Okay.
I also loved how when they returned to Simon's flashbacks in, I think the episode was called I Remember You, um how one of the songs he used to keep sane was Where Everybody Knows Your Name, the Cheers theme song.
And I also liked how he was connected with Marceline in a way.
Yeah, it was nice because it reminded you that she's technically immortal, and that he's been around for almost 1,000 years because of the magics of the crown. So they would have history together.
Yeah. And also, it was also cool on the fact that the land of Oo was just the world, just our world,
Yeah.
but you know,
After the collapse of civilization and sort of the reinitializing of magic.
yeah, pretty much. Also, apparently, hell of a lot of nuclear war.
Yeah.
And I also liked when they went to the Mars thing, like Prisoner Mars was basically like just an immortal Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
That was funny as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, back to it. Back to it. Uh, the show's representation was subtle at first. The robot character Bimo expressed a fluid identity, alternating pronouns and expressing attraction to creatures of various genders, but probably only got away with this initially because he's a robot. That
Um,
and also because well, the whole like caring about like attraction to other creatures, because he was initially designed to be if I remember correctly, which was another good episode. I remember
Mm-hmm.
he was supposed to be like a caretaker.
Yeah.
So
So nobody really thought that his attraction was sexual in nature. It just sort of made sense for a caring entity to seek out entities to care for.
yeah, and yeah, most of the time robots don't really. Yeah, robots don't have gender. It's mostly how they're programmed.
Yeah. Or in the case of Bimo, how technology interacts with the magics that bring him to life. Because Adventure Time is weird, yo.
I mean, that's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
I think there's even there's an episode where Finn and Jake meet death and have a rock off.
Yes. The Grim Reaper in Adventure Time apparently really likes rock and roll.
Metal, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Which it's like one of the cool versions of death.
Yeah. It'd be an interesting top 10 list to do, like the top 10 portrayals of Death / the Grim Reaper.
Yeah. All right. The season 3 episode "What Was Missing" went heavy on subtext, hinting past the lesbian relationship between Marceline and Bubblegum Princess Bubblegum. I feel like that's yeah, I feel like there's a grammar error there.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
But
of the past.
Yeah, the thing is, both Marceline and Princess Bubblegum are perpetual teenagers, and they have been perpetual teenagers for thousands of years. So they don't really track onto the definitions of human relationship either.
Right, and also immortal. Like if you're an immortal being, I'm pretty sure you're just trying to really test all the waters.
Yeah, and
Eventually.
you're going to fall in love in some sense with any being that sticks around with you, because unfortunately you're an immortal in a world that's full of people who are going to age and die quickly compared to how long you're going to live.
You know what's funny? I actually wrote a sentence that related to that, like for an immortal character at one point.
Mm.
No, it's just I just thought about that, bring that up.
What was the story there?
Well, essentially, an immortal character is just given kind of a monologue of how much of a tragedy it is to be an immortal.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what it was. Like, it's been years. Like, I think I wrote this character back in high school.
Mm.
So it's been a while.
Yeah, but unless you have somebody to share the eternities with, immortality kind of sucks.
Yeah, talk about all the fucking vampires.
Mm-hmm.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Marceline is the vampire queen.
Yeah. Behind the scenes video that directly mentioned this subtext caused enough backlash for the video to be taken down and an apology to be issued. Okay, well, at least we know that it wasn't just SJWs causing fusses about shit.
Yeah. Usually it's either the traditionalists or the deconstructionists that are making big deals about shit.
How much you want to, hey, Don, how much you want to bet that at least a million, what was it, 1 million moms
got all hissy fitty because you're indoctrinating our children with the gay order. Yeah. It really wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And also fuck all of you. Fuck all of y'all.
See, again, I would assume yours and my standing on this relationship is mainly, does it work? Is it does it work? Is it?
Yeah.
Are they?
Do they work as a romantic couple, and are they good for and to each other?
Yeah.
If yes, then who gives a shit?
Right. Honestly, I would love to see a gay relationship in a positive way, obviously, but have it be that one of the partners is killed tragically, and how that basically the same kind of deal with any other kind of fictional relationship that's written.
Yeah, any other kind of like tragic romance story.
Yeah,
There are stories about and like that. I just can't think of the names of any of them at the moment.
I do. I like sometimes I like a little bit of tragedy with the romance. I don't know why.
You just default to deep is the thing. You take every premise and make it as deep as possible.
Yeah, pretty much. Plus, I think the scars make a person. You know.
Yeah.
All right.
I've always liked the phrase, you like people for their qualities, but you love them for their defects.
That is true. Any writer who is planning on writing a lesbian, gay, whatever relationship, remember that.
Yeah.
All right. Where was I? Okay. This incident is emblematic of how small steps towards LGBTQ inclusivity are met with massive backlash from conservative viewers. Not necessarily conservative, I'd say, more just traditional. Very much the overzealous tradition.
Well, I mean, traditionalism is conservative by its very nature. I get what they're saying, but I think it's a mischaracterization to say massive because, as I always like to point out, the cultural left won the argument in the 90s. They won the argument. Nobody is saying you can't show that on television because it offends my God anymore. They are, however, saying you can't show that on television because it offends our personal definition of women or gay now.
And to those,
Yeah, fuck off.
yeah.
All of y'all. Um, yes, places like 1 Million Moms do exist, but most people either laugh at 1 Million Moms because they're fucking idiots,
Oh,
or
hey,
they.
wait, don't before you continue. Ha
Mhm.
ha 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 ha.
And ha, agreed. Um, or because the more social justice inclined actively fear the 1 Million Moms crowd because they're worried that somehow traditionalism will make a comeback. And unfortunately, the only thing that's going to make traditionalism make a comeback is if the deconstructionists go so crazy that we need some kind of traditionalism to counterbalance them. I'm more of the opinion let's just default to standard like liberal individualism and let the chips fall where they may. How about nobody gets to control civilization because something morality? I would much rather a world in which everyone got the fuck over themselves than a world in which everyone had to tiptoe over everyone else's sensibilities.
But sadly, we do not live in that parallel universe.
No, we do not. Unfortunately, we're slowly heading towards the uh, state of affairs where half the room will be social justice warrior deconstructionists going, you can't have any standards whatsoever. And the other half of the room will be traditionalists going, only my standards matter though.
And then there are like one or two people in the middle just saying, "Can't we just enjoy something?"
Yeah. Can we just can how about fuck your standards? How about that option? Can we go with the fuck your standards, just be individuals option, please?
Okay. Which can often cause studios to backpedal. And that's another thing. Mostly the studios bending over backwards for any group just because they it seems like they have a bigger voice than they actually do.
Or because something morality.
Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. That's basically what I was saying.
Well, but the thing is, the way you were saying it makes it seem like corporations don't have any opinions of their own, and unfortunately,
Right. Okay. Yeah. No. No. Okay.
the
Yeah. Never
the
mind. Never mind.
the problem is corporations, for better or worse, do have opinions of their own, and that's one of the reasons why we find social justice being so forced into everything, because the people that run the corporations, like the artists, the journalists, and the CEOs, tend more to agree with the social justice warriors than they do with the old-fashioned traditionalists. Granted, I think it's better at least in the long term, that the traditionalists get laughed the fuck out of court. But in my ideal situation, both sides of the argument would get laughed out of court, because in my side of the argument, morality has no place in the public sphere. Morality is to be decided by individuals, and corporations can get fucked either way. But again, we don't live in my ideal parallel world where when someone makes a moral claim, they get laughed at and mocked.
You know what's
We
funny?
live in,
Oh, I'm sorry. Please finish the thought, then I'll say what's funny.
yeah, we live in a world where everybody's morality seems to be more important than people's freedom of expression. Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say what I believe is funny is the thing, like the parallel world I want to visit is the one we kind of talked about last week. You know, the one where basically we were rule 34. No, not rule 34. Basically, the
36 or 37, one of the
rule. You know, the whole gender bend version universe.
yeah, the universe where it's illegal to be a women's rights advocate and meninism actually does exist.
Yeah, that, like, it'd just be interesting to see that, and like if we could actually go there and show like the crazy people here how crazy it could be if roles were reversed.
Yeah, we might come to some kind of middle position of how about we just all get the fuck over ourselves.
Plus, I'm just curious to see what we look like as chicks. That is something curious. Like,
Okay, I know you're going to be grossed out by this, but
I
I just imagined you trying to flirt with the gender bent version of me. I'm sorry.
I mean, probably.
That was a very long, quiet moment. I imagine that because current me prefers like stereotypical gentleman wear, like bow ties and suits and stuff. The gender bent version of me would be very focused on like old fashioned dresses.
Like a Victorian thing.
Well, not quite Victorian, more like 1920s, like lounge singer.
Ah,
Like,
I don't know why, but I'm picturing myself as a biker chick kind of deal, like my gender bent version.
well, yeah, because you'd probably still be a tomboy.
Okay, okay, we are sidetracking so much here. All right.
Which brings up an interesting question. Would you date the gender bent version of yourself?
Does that count as narcissism in a way?
I mean, sort of, but presumably that you'd be different enough people that it wouldn't quite count. I'm just saying, would because for what you told me, you like the like classically feminine type of women. So
Well,
in
no,
it,
I've told you I like badass women.
yeah. So uh, I guess it would depend on whether you qualified your gender bent version of yourself as a badass or not.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a case by case scenario deal.
And funnily enough, your gender version would probably also be perpetually single, so she would probably be very happy to meet you.
I don't know. Part of me it'd still be kind of weird overall.
The sad thing is, assuming that world exists, they're probably having this exact same conversation, but in reverse.
That's mind fuck right there.
Yep. In the immortal words of Cell and Future Trunks, multiverse theory is a bitch.
Specifically the abridged versions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of which, also go check out Hellsing Ultimate Abridged from them. I watched it over the week. Fucking hilarious and awesome. It's like 8 episodes. It's it's quick. All right. Marceline's voice actress, Olivia Olson. Wait, why is that name sound familiar?
She's been in a lot of things. I can't remember what else she's been in.
I swear to God, if it's someone, if I think it, I'm thinking I know who that is.
Okay, to Google to resolve who else she's played.
Okay, so she's also voiced Vanessa Diffenswords in Phineas and Ferb.
Aha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
What does she look like Vanessa from Phineas and Ferb? It seems like that's probably similar to what she looks like in real life.
No. Yeah, I've never seen her, but the names. No, I might be thinking of the lady who played Psylocke in X-Men Days of not X-Men X-Men.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, thank you. Her first name's Olivia, but
You probably have heard her name before because she's played different characters that you're familiar with.
either way, that just had to be figured out because the name sounded so familiar, and I needed to check.
Yeah, I've heard it too, and I'm pretty sure that's where I know it from is because she's played so many characters I like.
Okay.
But, interesting thought I had while you were figuring that out. In the hypothetical gender version of us universe, are they currently talking about an article that brings up Fiona and Cake from Adventure Time because Fiona because Adventure Time already did their own gender bending of itself. So in that world, are Fiona and Cake the standard one, and Finn and Jake are the gender bend?
Again, like if you really, again, it's a whole thing with. I think if you think too much about it, it starts to hurt your brain, like time travel.
In the immortal words of Rick from Rick and Morty, what about the reality where Hitler cured cancer, Morty? The answer is don't think about it.
Yeah, I'm still not a big fan of that show. Wait, what would it be called then? Like again, in the gender bent universe.
I think it'd probably still be called Adventure Time.
No, not Adventure Time. I'm talking Rick and Morty. Since you brought it up.
Like Rachel and Molly, maybe.
Yeah, damn, that's so. Yeah, come to think of it, think about it. If we're in a gender bent universe, pretty much every show or cartoon or anything in pop culture or writing or anything would be the complete opposite.
Yeah. And interestingly, what would our names be? Interestingly enough,
I got no fucking clue.
I'm pretty sure I figured out what yours would be, and I'm pretty sure my like the gender bent version of my name. I think the closest thing would be like Delilah.
Well, okay, I have to ask what you think my name would be because I'm curious if you're going to use a Spanish name, and I'm going to call you racist for it.
No, my thinking is because of what your actual name is, which I'm not gonna say because public, but because of what your actual name is, the closest like the female equivalent I think would be Kayla.
Yeah, probably.
So yeah, yours would probably be Kayla.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say like some type of Spanish name, and then I would have called you out for it being racist.
Well, no, I generally when it comes to gender bending names, I try to stay as close to the original name as possible to have it still make sense. So because your name is what it is, Kayla just seems like a natural, like from what your name is to Kayla makes total sense. And that's why I was frustrated when I tried to figure out what my name would be, because there really is no like female equivalent to Dalton just off the top of my head. But
Darla.
maybe I like I said, either Darla or Delilah or
Oh, you know what?
hmm,
I'm just thinking like gender bent universe, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I guess in that universe, the male character's name would be Buff the Vampire Slayer.
I'm sure it'd be something different, but
Well, no. If we're sticking with the names stay as consistent as they possibly can, then Buffy becoming Buff would make sense.
And that it'd be funny. We still have the same titles, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's nothing particularly gendered about Brainstormer or Authenticator. So yeah.
All right. Moving back. Okay, moving on because we got too stuck on that. Marceline's voice actress Olivia Olson told fans at a book signing in 2014 that while the show's crew considered the relationship to be canon, it couldn't be shown because the show airs in parts of the world where homosexual relationships are illegal. And again, to those places, fuck you.
Yes, massive amounts of interminable fuck you to those places.
This is likely why confirmation of the couple's relationship was only included in the last episode of the show, Come Along With Me, where the couple finally shares a kiss. See, that's more of not willing to be able to take that step.
Yeah. Honestly, my approach to that would just be to create the story I want to create and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah,
As long as what I'm making isn't like as long as what I'm making isn't going to like scar children for life or whatever the fuck.
I mean, anime already does that, so.
Yeah, but either way, as long as I think the audience in question can handle what I'm writing, then I'm gonna write what I'm gonna write.
Right. Namely, just write a good show and
And
just let the
and
chips
yeah,
let the chips fall where they may. That's
yeah,
pretty much it.
write what you want to write and write something of quality, and then fuck fuck whoever has a problem with it. Honestly,
I mean, granted, if they have constructive criticism.
yeah, like there's a difference between like genuine criticism versus I am offended because XYZ.
Yeah, those people can go fuck themselves.
Yeah. But if you're faced with actual criticism and especially if you make a bad show and people respond with this is a bad show because and list a series of reasons, then you are obliged to listen to those reasons. Sorry.
Voltron, She-Ra.
uh,
Which is okay. And I like I said, I said She-Ra and Voltron.
mhm.
to shows that have LGBT representation, and they'll kind of fail.
Yeah.
And it's also because they kind of sucked at storytelling after a
Yeah,
while.
because here's the thing, and again, speaking as a gay dude, it doesn't matter how much representation you have, it matters what is the quality of the representation you have. If the representation in question occurs in a show that is shit and unwatchable because it's badly written, then I don't care how many gay characters are in it. Every single character could be gay and I wouldn't care because I wouldn't care about the show in question. However, one awesome gay couple in a really good show where every other character is straight, I don't care because the representation in question will be awesome. But yeah, if you really care so much about representation, make sure that the people are represented in something they actually want to be represented in. And
Right.
I don't want to be represented in bad shit because bad shit should be avoided. I want to be represented, if I ever am represented, in good shit.
Like, and I mentioned Voltron, and like that was a show I got into when it first came out.
Yeah.
It was a good show when it first started, and then
went right off the freaking rails.
Yeah, it's just it kind of went into a complete nosedive for whatever reason. It convoluted storytelling, backtracking on character development. Like they had a character,
Making stupid character-based decisions for no reason and
right?
not really ever explaining it.
Shiro, remember Shiro, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy was supposed to be dead, and then they brought him back. But unfortunately, in some of the later seasons, they forgot to add him in. Like it was a last minute decision to bring him back.
Mm-hmm.
And so he, like in some of the scenes, you can see that he's not even drawn into a scene where he's supposed to be in.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, it's and then that character is gay. Like they showed him that he's gay.
Mm-hmm.
That is literally the only series I've actually really considered bridging, like just as a full rewrite of that series.
Voltron abridged?
Yeah.
Totally do it.
Well, the thing is, someone else has already tried to do it, but they never really got anything done. Unfortunately.
Well, all the more reason for you to do it.
Yeah. All right. Adventure Time isn't the only 2010s cartoon that saved confirming a same-sex relationship until the finale. The Legend of Korra, a sequel series to Avatar: The Last Airbender, confirmed its main character, Korra, was bisexual in the final moments of the show, as Korra and Asami hold hands while staring into each other's eyes.
And again, most of my issues with Korra have to do with it being badly written.
Yeah, we literally just had 30 minutes of talking about that.
Yes. Skip.
Right. Okay. Again, abridged weight wise, just actually speaking of which, there actually is a Korra abridged, which I think is what it's called, Korra abridged. Korra abridged. I haven't really watched it. I just like looking at a bridge series on YouTube. I saw it was there. Might check it out.
Well, if you do, let me know if it's any good. And if not, you should make a better one.
Yeah, I have seen videos where people talk about how hard it is to do an abridged series, and I know I'm a workaholic, and I would work myself to the bone to make an absolutely good abridged series. Like, okay, you ever heard of those stories where like comic artists or writers would work themselves into basically the hospital?
Because they want their stuff to be as good as they can manage.
Yeah, that's me on an abridged series.
Yeah. And as a result, the abridged series you would make would probably be the next DBZ abridged. So I say go for it.
I would just need a lot of time to do it. I mean, granted, I have the time now.
Yes, because civilization is on pause because coronavirus.
Right. Okay. So just moving forward. Moving forward.
Hmm.
Uh, as all right, this portrayal is more ambiguous than Bubblegum and Marceline, but is still super important in 2014. When was this? When was the gay rights thing? Like, when was that approved?
Like the gay rights movement.
Yeah, like when it was made legal and all that.
Um, Gay marriage was legalized in, I want to say,
It's like 2000.
2009-ish.
I was thinking 2010.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Granted, this is like 4 years after, so it's still early and stuff. So I'm not gonna like say,
Yeah, well, it wasn't overly forced. It was mostly just overly forced because of the writing.
yeah. Well, I was also gonna say it's like it something now, like 10 or so years after that fact.
Yeah,
This was still fairly new, and I think I'm thinking now it's kind of been played out and people are kind of used to it now.
yeah, it's been done. We are aware that people can be gay and everything is fine.
Right.
Now your job is to create good gay characters that actually are relatable or desirable in some way.
I'm working on it.
Well, I wasn't saying you specifically. I was saying people in general. To anyone that would say we need more gay characters because stuff, I would say to hell with more. I want better.
Again, no,
Preferably
and I will.
both, but
Yeah,
either way.
yeah. Again, here, and I will do my very best.
Hmm.
Both Korra and Asami had dated men throughout the series, but that didn't mean they couldn't express interest in each other as well. There was actually a video that talked about the Korra Asami relationship and like the subtlety that was written throughout the show. I think it's a good video to check out. Again, mainly issue was it's not like it comes out of left field or anything. It's just more of, again, I don't care about the characters. I don't care that they got together.
Yeah, and that's the other secret. If you don't make characters that are worth caring about on their own, then the fact that they're gay doesn't make any goddamn difference.
Right. You know what would have been interesting?
Hmm.
Have the Legend of Korra deal with the theme of legacy.
Yeah,
Like
and
Korra,
yeah, and I get the feeling that this is eventually going to become a brainstormer rewrites Korra.
maybe. But just the whole idea of Korra comes after Avatar Aang, who basically brought an era of peace to the world.
Yeah,
How
after a century of war.
Right. How the hell? And like you have that character of how the hell do I live up to that legacy?
How do you follow somebody who ended a centuries long war and in basically rediscovered energy bending?
Right. Right. So she's, and I don't mind that she's a teenager because I think that's like that works for Avatar.
Yeah, that works both for Avatar as like a series, but also for a story based on legacy, because of course teenagers are always asking those kind of questions of who am I, what do I mean to the world, what's my purpose in life, yada yada yada.
And
Because that's kind
honestly,
of what
I
teenagers
would
are
I
doing.
would think the more logical step, since we spent so much time in in uh in the human world,
Hmm.
have it be more of the spiritual side.
Yeah,
Because we had inklings of that throughout the series, obviously.
yeah. And
We're
they sort of tried to do that at the very end in the last season, but it didn't make any goddamn sense.
right. You know what's the funny thing is, like my favorite episodes from like season 2 were the ones about the first Avatar.
Hmm.
Granted, the whole I'm not entirely sure about the spirit thing, like Rava.
Hmm.
I'm not entirely sure about that, but I think it's really interesting, like to
Yeah.
see the first Avatar.
Yeah. Though I wish that if it had been handled, it would have been handled by the first show, because the first show I think would have written it better.
I don't know. I think on its own, it's actually pretty good. Like those episodes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have actually, instead of a series following Aang, I would have liked to have seen like a the first Avatar spin-off or something.
Actually, no, that would have been cool. Actually, I mean, just dealing with like the first Avatar, like the person who has to learn all of this.
Yeah. And we could have, and it would have made a nice follow-up to how the last season of Avatar: The Last Airbender ended, um, with the whole energy bending being brought back. If we actually got to see the first energy benders who decided to convert to bending the elements,
So,
and then
so the first energy bender would have become the first Avatar.
either that, or like the first person to try and learn all four elements would have become the Avatar. I don't know which of those two I like better. The idea that the first Avatar was the one to teach everyone else bending, or the idea that the first Avatar came about after like the very first people
Well,
started to learn bending on their own.
honestly, it would have been cool to see like the first generation of benders.
Yeah, just in general, yeah. Especially, I've always been a big fan of water benders. If I could pick an element to bend myself, it would be water. But I've always liked the story about how the waterbenders learned how to do it by watching the tides, and essentially the moon and the ocean taught them how.
I always like the firebenders.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You would totally be a firebender. Though honestly, I could see you also being an earthbender.
Well, personally, not to sound too arrogant, but I feel like I honestly would be kind of Avatar-ish, maybe in mentality.
I could definitely see that.
Even if I was just like a singular bender, I think I would have the mentality of an Avatar.
Of somebody who was trying to learn how like the elements related to each other.
Yeah, and
I,
also the kind of a man of peace, essentially.
yeah, that's the other thing. In a sequel series to Avatar, they should have done more work to explain how the elements related to each other. Because I've always been of the opinion that waterbenders should also be able to bend metal, much like Toph can with earthbending. Because if you actually look at the scene where if you actually look at the scene where Toph first realizes how to metal bend, she hits the walls of the cave she's in, and then there's little flecks of earth interspersed by the metal. But what is the element that surrounds those little bits of earth? Given that we know how how you do blacksmithing is essentially you take molten metal and you forge it into a solid object, which is the earth element, but you also stick it in water to refine it down. Like I'm sure everyone at some point has seen a blacksmith character in something like forging an object and then sticking it in water to cool it down. How cool would it be if instead of metal bending by bending the little bits of earth that are in the metal, what if water-based metal bending was like bending the fluid like around those little chunks of earth?
Like
That would
um,
be
like uh,
Mhm.
like Mercury or something. Like
Yeah, kind of like that. Or closer to kind of how Toph bends her media bracelet, how that kind of has a fluid quality to it.
yeah,
Yeah, and that's the other thing. If you allow multiple types of bender to bend the same stuff, like how water benders or earth benders can learn to metal bend, in my hypothetical, you can explore how those two bending styles are different by having their style of metal bending be different. And hell, firebenders probably should be able to bend metal too, considering in order for something to become metal, it first has to be melted down and molten. And why was no firebender ever able to bend lava? That would have made total sense.
Instead, it's more earthbenders lava bend.
Yeah. Which again, I don't have a problem with them
Yeah,
also being able to learn it. I just like the idea of different bending disciplines being able to bend similar stuff by essentially coming at it through a different perspective, or bending a different aspect of the thing in question. Because if we go based on the Eastern philosophical principle of everything that's not an element is made out of some combination of one or more of the other elements, then everything that's not one of the base elements should be comprised of half of one element or more, or half of another element or more. So you should be able to bend the more complex stuff using multiple bending disciplines. And of
again,
course, the avatar should be able to control basically anything he wants.
right. Ironically enough, like the characters I like most in the actual Legend of Korra series
Mm-hmm.
is Sue Bayfall, Toph's daughter, the chief of police,
Yeah,
and Tenzin, Aang's son.
yeah.
Mainly because uh, Tenzin's voiced by J.K. Simmons.
Who is awesome in anything he's in.
Oh yeah,
And
and
incidentally, he was also in Gravity Falls. He played
Ford,
Stanford, yeah.
and yeah, and I like Sue Bayfall because I think that is a very interesting character they could do a lot with.
Mm-hmm.
She is the daughter of Toph Bayfall.
Yeah. And
And,
even just imagining Toph as a mother is a pretty head trip thing.
right. And also, like in season one, it's mentioned that she and Tenzin, like Sue and Tenzin, had a
Yeah.
relationship.
And now I'm just imagining the like grandchild of Aang and Toph. Because
That
if Tenzin and Sue got together, then and they had kids, then somewhere out there's a grandchild of Toph and Aang.
okay, we sidetracked so much, but I think it was needed.
Infinite sidetrack.
Getting LGBTQ representation in children's shows isn't as easy as creators just deciding to write it in. Uh,
I mean, I agree with that, but that's based on the principle that romances in general can't just be written in. You have to actually think about how your characters are going to interact with each other, what characters make sense as a couple and which don't, and so on.
yeah. Okay.
And
Well,
and if gay representation is hard, it's only as an extension of the fact that relationships in general are hard.
yeah. Speaking as a guy who's never had, well, I've had, well, any relationship is hard, honestly.
Yeah, whether it's romantic or just friends, like I I've always had a hell of a time making friends with anybody, and I always feel expressly loyal whenever I do find somebody that I consider a friend, because I know full well that I'm kind of an annoying asshole who doesn't get along with people well. So if anybody puts in the effort to tolerate me, then I try to make it worth their while as much as possible.
Bitch, I don't tolerate you. I relate to you because I am also an annoying asshole.
Well, I guess, assholes of a feather flock together. But to be fair, at least for me, you're not that annoying. But it might be the fact that I am also an asshole, and it's hard for one kind of asshole to annoy another kind of asshole when they're similar kind of asshole.
Yeah.
people who are different kinds of assholes than each other tend to really annoy the shit out of each other, but that's a different conversation.
Okay, so moving back, those creators have had to fight against censorship. See, that's not he's not wrong in a general sense. Again, it's just with the context of this article.
I think there will always be people, even with regular romances, that tend to be very particular about how relationships are portrayed in kids media, because for better or worse, and in my opinion mostly worse, there are those traditionalist puritanical douchebags who think that any kind of sexuality or any kind of romance at all in cartoons and kids media is too far, because you're indoctrinating our kids with sexuality, herder. It's a lot easier for them to get offended by gay relationships because gay relationships aren't quote unquote normal, and there's a idea in people's heads that gay relationships are somehow more about sexuality than heterosexual ones, because they consider heterosexuality to be the default and more normal, which is stupid, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, anytime a relationship gets more serious or more solid than just a kiss in passing, I think there are some people who are going to get pissed, because some people are Puritan douchebags who need to realize that the world is fucking complicated and to deal with it moving forward.
Before we move on, Sokataro Gaming is here. She says, "Hey, hello."
Hey, it's okay. How goes it?
All right, where was I? Rebecca Sugar, who was instrumental in setting up Marceline's character in Adventure Time, would go on to become Cartoon Network's first non-binary showrunner with her series Steven Universe.
I didn't realize she was non-binary, or are they talking about the show she was running?
I think she, no, she. I think they're talking about her.
Because every time I've heard her talked about, it's always been her, and usually non-binary people aren't referred to as what referred to by a gendered pronoun. Usually they're referred to as they.
I honestly, I'm not. I have no. I don't know. I really don't. I'm in uncharted waters with that.
Hmm. And even if they're talking about the show, yes, the gems are supposed to be gender non-conforming, but every single one of them is female coded. And every time they're referred to as she and her. So I don't know how successful she was at that, if they are referring to the show. Moving forward.
Right. Okay. Unlike Adventure Time or Legend of Korra, Steven Universe was a proudly queer series from the beginning. Pearl pined for rose quartz. Steven and Kai formed the non-binary fusion Stevani, and most significantly, Garnet was the fusion embodiment of the love between the gems Ruby and Sapphire.
Was Stefani non-binary? Because I could have sworn she was female.
I again, I don't, I don't know. Honestly, I'm not even that. I don't know what the.
Okay,
I,
basically, gems, whenever they're in a like
well,
close,
I know about the whole fusion is effectively sex thing.
well, no, it's not just sex. It's basically any intimate relationship. So friendships, if they're close enough and intimate enough, become fusions. Um, family relationships become fusions, so on and so forth. It's
Okay,
basically any time that the souls of the gems in question become close or intimate with each other, they fuse into one being for a bit. Um, they sort of the way Garnet talks about fusion is uh, the resulting being of the being that results from the fusion is the embodiment of whatever type of relationship they're the two gems that fused into them are in. So like for Garnet, she's the embodiment of a romantic relationship um because Sapphire and Ruby love each other. But for Stevani, I think Garnet refers to her as an experience, and her main purpose in life is just to have fun, because that's what Steven and Connie are essentially doing.
Yeah.
But as far as I was aware, um, Stevani took Connie's gender, and and yeah, basically Steven Steven figured out that if he gets close to another human being, because he is part gem, he can fuse. Whereas gems and humans can't usually fuse, because gems don't actually have a physical body aside from their gem. They're literally like projections of energy. But because he has a physical body, he can fuse with other physical beings.
Sopatano Gaming says, yeah, and sometimes 3.
Hmm?
I uh, I think she's referring to fusions.
Oh yeah, they can there can be basically as many gems in a fusion as possible. Like I think the record is like 6 or 7 gems fused together. But it's considered more stable when gems of the same type fuse. But usually when gems of the same type fuse, they just become a bigger version of whatever gem they were originally. So like rubies are usually these little sort of semi-midget warrior types, and when a bunch of rubies fuse together, they become uh, a giant version of the thing they were before.
Sugar stated in an interview with the Los Angeles Times, one of my main goals was to find a way to create an interracial, queer-coded relationship that whole generations of kids would see.
Okay, so I guess that works because Connie is both black and human, whereas
No,
Steven is
I think they were talking about. I thought she was talking about uh, Garnet. Garnet.
yeah, Ruby and Sapphire fusing to become Garnet. I don't know if they're technically interracial. I guess each gem is its own race, so kind of, but they are the same gems. The way gems work is kind of confusing in that regard because they're all one civilization, but is each type of gem its own race?
Uh, she said. Sobatana Gaming says. Then again, you got the gem shards.
Yeah, that are sort of forced to fuse together, which is sort of a um homage to like broken relationships or like mental disorders.
I'm sorry. I'm a little taken. I'm like looking at my phone and I see like this video. It says like cat called Sean Connery.
Okay, whoever named that cat is awesome.
Yeah, it's a Maine Coon.
That's aw, adorable.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought that I just feel like that had to be said.
Kitties always need to be brought up whenever there are kitties involved in anything, because kitties are awesome.
I think I've had like I don't know, couple. Wow. Okay, so I've had a few cats in my life.
Hmm.
I think one ran away. 2 were taken into shelter. 1 we had to give up, but 2 we had to give up because they caused health problems for a family member.
Mm.
So I've had
I've had two cats that were chasing mice and accidentally got hit in the road. One cat that ran away and became feral, and uh, the cat that I still have, the two cats that I still have are just good little kitties that honestly can do no wrong most of the time.
oh
Although my older cat recently had started this habit of whenever her litter box is full, she'll crap in the bathtub
yeah.
that we don't really often use. And my brother uses it sometimes to take a shower, and every time he's tried to take a shower recently, there has been cat shit in the bathtub because I guess the bathtub is a giant box. So the cat just figured, oh,
Okay,
this must be
so
what this is for.
moving back on, because we were getting sidetracked again. So Tower Gaming says, I'd say sub races of the main gym race. You could just call the gym race gemstone humanoids.
Well, I mean, gem is a species, so I guess it sort of makes sense for every gem to be its own race.
Or, well,
Because
subspecies, because
yeah, because gems are a species unto themselves. So yeah.
yeah, okay. Season 5 took the show's progressive representation to the next level by showcasing Ruby and Sapphire's wedding. I remember hearing about that, and I saw like stills of it.
Yeah,
And
that was one of the episodes where things got serious because like immediately after the wedding, Blue Diamond showed up, and it was a whole thing, and Garnet was mad because it was supposed to be her day.
right, no, it's because I'll be honest, I just grew up with like the whole. Uh, I mean, I just never paid attention to it when I was growing up. The whole gay rights thing.
Yeah.
And after the thing happened, which I didn't even know happened until years later,
Hmm.
the legalization of gay marriage and all that.
Yeah.
And I just saw stuff like that happening in the media I was consuming, and I thought, oh, okay, cool, whatever.
Yeah. It just seems like a duh.
Yeah. I mean, granted, there was subtle stuff before, obviously,
Yeah.
like in TV shows and cartoons and stuff.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
just never really paid much mind to it because either it was just a kind of side character, or it was just it didn't, unfortunately, like the writing wasn't there and it didn't grab me.
Right.
Um, but yeah, no, it was just like it was everything. It was just kind of an everyday thing for me, and I didn't really care. I just thought, oh, these are cool characters. I like them. Whatever.
Hmm.
I think
Uh,
I kind of wish that was more of a mindset for most people.
yeah. Growing up, my aunt was gay. So for me, it's always just been kind of a duh. Uh, but to be fair to me and my brothers, it didn't really hit us that she was gay until much later. It just so happened that she was always living with other women, and she said she loved them, and that to us was just like, oh, well, duh.
Oh,
Mhm.
all right.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know to what extent my aunt being gay had any impact on me turning out that way, but whatever the fuck, I guess.
yeah. Okay. So Summertime Gaming says, I'd still say that each gym is a separate subspecies of an order.
Like I said, I would say that gems are gems are a species unto themselves, and each like individual gem type is a race.
Yeah.
That,
Oh,
that
Okay.
That seems to make the most sense to me anyway.
Yeah. All right. Where was it? Sugar also noted once the decision was made to allow the wedding, the same standards of queer acceptance were applied to every show on Cartoon Network. Here's the quote: "Everything that a heteronormative couple could do on the show, this queer couple could do. That was it." I mean, again, it's kind of a duh thing.
Yeah, that seems like the dub position. Like these are things that people who are romantically involved and affectionate with each other do. Like
Right.
every couple kisses, every couple fucks. Well, obviously you can't show the fucking on kids TV, but you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Like
But again, like it's. I think it's different. We are, we are not in those kind of boardroom meetings and stuff, and we don't really know the inner workings of a kind of studio.
yeah,
But again, it's kind of a duh thing. Like this kind of should be the
yeah.
kind of I don't
These are things that people who are romantically involved do. So a character that's romantically involved with another character is going to do that with that character, regardless of their gender. Duh.
okay. So here we. Oh, this had to be put on here because it's been a fucking quote unquote trailblazer.
Oy.
Sugar isn't the only writer who had to fight to get representation in their show. In a recent interview with Gizmodo, She-Ra and the Princesses of Power showrunner Noelle Stevenson talked about the steps she took to make sure Adora and Catra's relationship would be included. I feel like we'd have to get someone in here who has seen the show.
Yeah, or we just need to bite the bullet and actually watch it.
There are like 5 seasons.
Yeah, but I think each episode is only half an hour, so
I still don't want to waste so much time on that.
I might just have to do it. I will bite that bullet for us both.
All right, fine, but if we do it, we have to make a review of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be this week, though. I'm not doing it this week.
No, it's gonna take a while because there are 5 seasons of it, and even with a half an hour, that's still quite a few days worth of binging we would need to do. And we both have lives and other stuff we want to watch, so there.
Yeah. All right. But it make I don't get it though. Like it makes because I thought it was always planned. It makes it sound like Netflix didn't want to have a queer relationship in the show.
Yeah, Netflix is one of the most libertarian networks like ever. They will accept basically everything if they think it's good programming and they can get people to subscribe for it.
Right. Okay. So what's it say here? If if I, this is what Miss Stevenson said. If I can get them to this place where the relationship and that romance is central to the plot and it can't be removed, can't be noted out, or it can't be something that's cut later, then they'll have to let me do it.
Well, if they were actually against those kind of relationships, they could just tell you no, but that just goes to show you they didn't want to waste time and energy setting up a romance plot
Wait,
that wasn't central to the plot.
wouldn't that imply that the whole series was just centered around that?
Or well, at least that it was a major plot element, I think.
That's that's I'm sorry, that's kind of stupid.
Yeah. And we're not saying that because you gay. We're saying that because making any romance that central to your story is kind of stupid.
Right. I mean, like, okay, so, and I don't want to get too much into this, but the the book series I'm trying to write, and I talked to you a bit about it, Dalton. I told you about the idea of me wanting to do a relationship in my series, right?
Yeah.
It's not like super major or anything. I was mainly talking about like whether or not I should. Because yeah, I talked about the idea of basically doing like having them get together within the series and then exploring the relationship after, not doing the whole cliche, stupid bullshit of them just getting together at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, just that whole idea of. And it's not a major thing. It's mainly just for character development. Honestly, it's not even supposed to be like a major plot point or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not to say that people who do that have romance as a major plot point, because it can work. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it can obviously work. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, romance-based stories do exist,
Yeah,
and half of the sitcoms in history are about a will they, won't they?
which is stupid.
Yeah.
And don't get me started on the whole love triangle thing.
Oh, fucking hell.
All right. So Ahsoka Damon says it ruins the original, and yeah, the show is stupid. Oh, so Ahsoka, have you seen it? Have you seen the show? Just out of pure curiosity. But yeah, no. I think mainly from everything we've seen of it, because I think we've seen like the trailers and stuff about the show. It's
Mhm.
our main issues were like mainly just with like kind of how it looked.
Yeah, and how it was described by people who were writing about it, who presumably have seen it.
Right. It didn't come off as a good show. It just again
The
my
art, the art style was very simplistic, and
see,
have
but
that
here's the
doesn't
thing.
set a high bar.
Yeah, you know what's weird is that one of our favorite. I'm assuming it's one of your favorite shows. Well, one of our favorite shows, Samurai Jack,
Hmm.
has a very simplistic art style.
But it's stylized as like ancient Japanese calligraphy,
Right,
hence the simplistic style makes sense
right. So a simplistic style can work.
if
It's
it's
more
used in a way that makes sense or a way that furthers the tone of the show.
right. It's just that again. My okay. So she says I've seen some episodes. Okay, yeah. So that's always says she's seen some episodes. Yeah. I assume it sucked some soul out of you watching it.
Hmm.
That's how I feel like it watching those trailers.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was I? Nope, lost the train of thought. Moving on. Uh, the philosophy is at the core of She-Ra. Okay, She-Ra, the Princess of Power, just to make sure that's a clear distinction.
Yeah.
And it shows. Oh God, I'm getting some. All right. The couple's confession of mutual love and kiss is the emotional climax of the final episode of the show.
Okay, so wait, Shear's over? I didn't realize it was over.
Yeah, like it had its fifth season, and that was its final show. Final.
Oh,
Season.
I thought it was continuing.
Uh, Maybe I don't know. I haven't really checked. Again, I didn't really plan on checking up on it. Right. So okay. So Ahsoka says, yeah, it did because it ruined the original.
Mm.
All right. It's not something merely added into the episode or series, but an integral part of it. And to quote Adam, don't little help here.
Presumably Adam as in He-Man.
No. What you usually say. To quote Adam
Uh, oh,
Savage.
Savage. Well,
Adam,
there's your problem.
Thank you. Yeah,
Adam Savage is one of the Mythbusters, in case anyone didn't remember.
it's been a long time since I've seen MythBusters.
Mythbusters is awesome.
Yes, it is for the most part. I never liked the side. I never liked like the B group.
Oh, Cary, Grant, and Tori.
Yep.
I'm not a big fan of Tori. I always liked Durant and I always liked Carrie, but Tori annoyed me.
I just like the main guys because I feel like they bounce off each other more.
Yeah.
She-Ra's finale marks the first stride into a new decade for representation in children's animation, and it looks like this cultural trend is spreading, even to Disney productions. Pixar, I'm sorry,
The question, of course, is how much of that is organic and how much of that is forced because it's an ideology.
you know what's funny?
Go ahead.
The Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Deet, one of the main characters,
Yes.
she has two dads. If,
Yeah.
if anyone didn't know,
Yep.
it took me like a second to catch that. Like
Mm.
like I know it was said a few times and like it was shown, but I completely for it.
So you finally watched Dark Crystal Age of Resistance then?
Dude, I watched that months ago.
Ah, what did you think overall?
We had a conversation like this. No, but overall, great show. Just a fantastic dark like fantasy series.
Mm-hmm.
Gripping, fantastic characters, obviously.
Yeah. Pup
Uh,
Pup is the most adorable creature ever.
yeah, and I liked the story they're going with that character.
Mm-hmm.
It does have a tinge of sadness, obviously, because we know how it's really going to end.
Because we all know how it's going to end, namely with all the Gelfling dead.
Yeah, but yeah, Deet one is a very interesting character, mainly going forward into season 2.
Yeah, I just hope they don't. I hope they don't make her fall from grace too like final or too sad
Yeah,
because I like her too much.
yeah, but no, I like the. I never noticed that she had two dads until like the episode where they go back to the whole the tunnels of Grok.
The caves of Grodd, I think is what they're called.
Yeah, I never noticed that, and like, oh, that's cool. I didn't mind that. That's whatever, you know, like how I usually am with this kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And I like how they just treat it like, hey, it's whatever. That stuff happens. It's real. Moving on.
Yeah.
It's not super integral to the story. Whatever.
Hmm. I was mostly impressed by how well Simon Pegg did his impression of the Chamberlain. Because I'm usually really sensitive to when they change voice actors on stuff, and I can pick out any like minor differences between when they change a voice actor, how their portrayal of a character is different. But I genuinely could not tell the difference between Simon Pegg's voice and the voice of, I believe it was Frank Oz um in the original Dark Crystal.
You know what's funny? I liked Skeksis. Well, I like two Skeksi characters.
Which ones?
The Hunter,
Skekmal, naturally.
yeah, just because he had like a cool design. And it was very interesting in his story,
Yeah.
and also the Heretic.
Skekra.
Thank you. And like his kind of relationship with his other half.
Yeah,
And there's
Skekra and Urgo were interesting. I wasn't expecting that when I
yeah,
first watched it.
and there I like there's actually a video talking about it, talking about those two characters.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to find it and I'll send it to you sometime in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But I like how it's like they want to go, the whole them being apart is kind of like agony for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a self-loathing thing in a way.
Yeah. Now all we want is to be together again, and Well, actually, I'm not sure it's self-loathing so much as it is like self-acceptance because they're two halves of the same being.
Right. But yeah, no, I liked that, and it just for one thing, it's kind of a shock to the lore, I think, of Dark Crystal.
Well, it was because we didn't because when we learned in the movie that they were the same, like two halves of the same being. Apart from Agra, we thought we were the only ones that knew that, but apparently the generation before Rian and Mira knew that, and apparently they still failed, which again says bad things about things to come if because I had always assumed that the reason why the Skeksis failed was because they didn't know, or the reason why the Gelfling failed was because they didn't know about the connection between the Skeksis and the Mystics, but apparently they did know and they still failed, which is a little sad. But that's what you set up for. You get yourself a Dark Crystal prequel, and you're begging to be sad. But I swear to God, if Hop dies, I am rioting. Because Hop
I
is
feel
annoying.
like I do think. Well, obviously, I think that character has to die.
Here's the thing about why I don't think that. Because we know, and you might not know because I don't think you've seen the original Dark Crystal, but um, we know that Mira winds up with
Podlings,
the
yeah, I know that. I'm aware of
being
that.
being raised by the Podlings, but
But okay,
as far as we see of other Podlings, they don't really seem either willing or intelligent enough to take in a Gelfling baby. But if Hop is one of the last ones to live, and you know, say Deet and somebody else, probably Deet and Rianne, end up having a child, or maybe even I forget the Brea and Rianne have a child, and Rianne and Brea die. I could totally see Hop going like, Hop will protect new child. Hop will protect baby.
right.
And
Okay,
then he takes him into the podling village and convinces the podlings to care for it. So yeah, I don't want him to die, and it actually makes less sense if he does die.
right. But here's my thing. Chrononauts just entered a writing contest. Had over a week. Wrote it today. Finished it and submitted it just now. Cool. What was the writing prompt for the contest? If you don't mind me asking.
Also, good luck.
Yeah, yeah, same. Just I found the video and I just sent it. You know, but see, my thinking is because he wants to be a paladin, right?
Yeah.
And so apart, and again, it's just like we don't really see any. We obviously don't see any of the characters in the original Dark Crystal.
Yeah.
So my thinking is that Hup, for his character art, uh,
Sacrifices himself.
to protect the baby, to protect a baby.
Hmm. My thinking is the reason why we don't see Hup in the original, apart from the fact that, prequel, is because Hup is now the eldest, or like he's a podling elder is my thinking. Like he is now the wise old wizardly type, but for the podlings. Like he's the chief of the podlings.
Okay,
That's my thinking.
so Chrononaut responded, sci-fi was the prompt, and he went with super soldiers.
Cool.
Yeah. All right.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. Again, good luck. All right. So where were we? Even to Disney, I read that. Pixar's animated short Out, recently released on Disney Plus as part of the Spark Shorts series, showcases a man struggling to come out to his parents about his relationship with his boyfriend.
Okay, apart from like deepest bumfuck Alabama maybe or the Middle East, where in the modern Western world is it still difficult to come out? I'm sorry, but it, in the modern era, there is no earthly reason why you should have a coming out story. And believe me, I get that being a teenager and being gay can be a pain in the ass, especially if you're worried that people will shun you, or in my case, if the guys that you find attractive will beat the shit out of you, because I just so happen to be attracted to that kind of guy. But that was that was back in an era where people weren't just casually out of the closet. Now, I hear stories all the time about, for my brothers who are still in school. Oh, so and so came out as gay and it was totally fine and nobody cared. And in fact, people are getting really annoyed now about gay people quote unquote coming out because nobody cares and they make it a big dramatic showing. And
Right.
I don't know if you can confirm that too, Brainstormer, but
Well, I wanted to mention.
you're about the same age as my brother, so yeah, I'm pretty sure you can confirm that stuff like that happens too.
I've never seen anyone actually come out, and usually kids in my high school were already out.
Hmm.
So, but there's this funny video, and I think it's a clip from a movie
Hmm.
that parents that kind of encapsulates the feelings that we kind of have about like modern today.
Yeah,
And I just sent it to you, and like you can check it out later. But it's
yeah.
it's it's kind of funny as hell because this kid is struggling to come out to his parents. When he finally does, his father leaves the dinner table, then comes
Hmm.
back and gives the mother like $100.
Because they apparently had bet about it.
Yeah, but not
And
because they thought he was gay, because they knew he was gay.
yeah,
And
they just wondered if he would actually come out to them or not.
yeah, and they they just treat it as like really not a big thing, and more of well, actually, the father's more impressed that he was willing to tell the truth and not live a lie.
Which, good parenting for the win. Yeah.
Yeah,
Interestingly enough, I don't think my dad knows that I'm gay, but my dad and I have really never gotten along, and it's mostly just because I've never gotten like the occasion to tell him has ever come up. But to be fair, I am probably going to rub my boyfriend in my dad's face if my boyfriend ever does meet my dad, because my dad is a dickhead and kind of deserves it. But yeah, that's not because I'm afraid to come out or anything. It's because I don't think my dad likes me on most days. So him, if anyone was going to have an old school, you're no son of mine reaction to me coming out to them, it probably would be my dad because my dad's a dickhead. But that's a story for a different day.
okay. Well,
Emo-
this guy
Emotionally starring
personal.
backstory avoided.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got deep and personal real quick.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, it's like I the fact that like I have my issues, and like I have the same kind of reaction with Love Simon,
I've only watched that movie once and I don't remember a damn thing about it, honestly.
which tells you the quality of that movie.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, it's basically a kid having the struggle to come out.
And
And,
again, I totally understand that coming
yeah,
out can be
again,
stressful,
like
even if everyone around you is probably going to be supportive anyway. But in the modern era, like there is no use to the coming out story. 10 years ago, maybe there was, 10 or especially like 15 or 20 years ago, coming out was still a bit of a fraught thing, but unless you're in deepest bumfuck Southern America or deepest bumfuck uh, Middle East, it's not an issue for
Right.
practically anyone. In modern Western countries, and especially like English speaking countries, nobody gives a fuck for the most part.
I don't think the well, I'm not sure about the Japanese actually.
Well, given how forthright they are about portraying it in their media, I wouldn't imagine they would care. There probably is some kind of sort of honor thing of like, I'm never going to have a grandchild and that somehow dishonors me. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened, but that's more about keeping up the family honor than it is about you, the gays.
Right. Okay. That was a weird tangent. Anyway, an animated short isn't the same as a full movie, but it's an amazing first step for Disney and Pixar. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, guess what? There was a movie. Granted, it wasn't like Paranorman. I think what technically in like 2000. Wait, when did Paranorman come out again?
I think it was 2009.
Okay, late 2000s, early 2010s. I honestly say it was when.
Yeah, it was Leica Studios because Leica Studios also is awesome, but they are basically roughly equivalent to Pixar, and they've been doing honestly, I think the way that Mitch from Paranormal was handled was actually better than the way um the officer from Onward was handled. So yeah, Pixar, welcome to the party. You're about 10 years late, and Leica Studios is still kicking your fucking ass.
Oh yeah, DreamWorks too. Gobbard. Remember How to Train Dragon 2? It's alluded to that he's gay, but
Well, it doesn't. I don't think it really counts because it's alluded to but never really confirmed.
fair enough. Fair enough. I just
And if we're including things that are alluded to but never confirmed, then basically every Disney villain of the '90s was gay.
yeah
Because
yeah okay. So we
like
have a few.
Scar and Jafar were both very very flamboyant.
Jeremy Irons played Scar, right?
Yes.
God,
Except in the high notes of Be Prepared, where they dubbed in Jim Cummings
oh
because Jeremy Irons couldn't hit the high notes.
oh well, still did a good job.
Yeah.
All right. So Chrononaut says, I advised a friend to stay in the closet, stick solely to work at work, professionalism, keep all work and private life separate. Advised him to create two profiles, one work and one play. Um, Told him, remember high school? He said, they will use every little thing against you. He has his pharmacist license now, right before Beer Bug.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, so
Getting a license for anything right before coronavirus is funny.
oh, Beer Bug. Okay, yeah. No, it took me a second to get that.
Because Corona, beer, and
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I got it.
my Corona, etc.
Sokoton Gaming says Russia has a big problem with gays and Japan doesn't care. I know firsthand. All right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember Russia like being
Yeah,
kind of.
but like here in like Western civilization, especially the English speaking countries, nobody like I can't imagine anybody in Germany or France would give particularly amounts of fucks either.
Well, current day Germany, at least.
Well, yeah, but the hilarious thing is the Nazis persecuted male homosexuals, but they didn't have a problem with female homosexuals.
Oh, fucking course.
No, like they actually sort of fetishized female homosexuals. They thought it was interesting and noble to be a lesbian.
They're
which,
Yeah, it's one more.
which just goes to have more confirmation for my lesbians are the marketable gay theory.
Yeah, and also just one more thing to hate the Nazis about, which is a pretty big list.
Yeah. On top of everything else, they can't even be consistent with their cockamamie bullshit prejudices coming from
Right.
out of nowhere.
Right. Okay. So Russia is the only first world country that has a problem with it. Also, even the older people in Japan don't have a problem with it. Oh,
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me because, like I said, given how open with sexuality Japan's media is, I can't imagine I can't imagine anybody would give a fuck.
I will say that there are some media from Japan is a little too open for my taste.
Well, yeah, but that's essentially because Japan reacted to getting nuked by basically becoming like the West on steroids. They took every principle the West had and they ran with it to a ludicrous degree.
Also, after the whole bombing thing, basically became rabbits in that way, in a way.
Yeah.
uh, okay, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, where was that? An animated short isn't. Oh wait, did I already read that? No, no,
Yes.
no. Okay, but it's an amazing first step for Disney and Pixar, who up until now had been seemingly hesitant to depict those relationships in the same ways they did for heterosexual ones. Again. I'm just gonna chalk that up to more the. Uh, uh,
The movies in question didn't really have a romantic edge to them, so they just didn't
yeah,
they didn't bother.
I mean, hey, Treasure Planet didn't have any romantic subplot with the main character Jim. It's more
Yeah.
of a he more had a father figure relationship with
Silver.
yeah John yeah Silver. Thank you. Ironically enough, two side characters had a romantic subplot: the Doctor and the Captain. Can't remember
Mm-hmm.
their names though, which is a shame because they were actually
Well,
pretty.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand that side characters are kind of usually forgettable in a sense.
Have you ever read the original Treasure
Yes,
Island, by the way?
I have. Well, I read a version of it. It was like I did read the book. Yes,
Ah. Was it like a Great Illustrated Classics or something?
it had illustrations in it that I can't remember what. I read a lot of original books from, from those like great.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Great Illustrated Classics too when I was like in third and fourth grade. I read all the major
I had
literature.
to I had to read like 30 minutes so I could watch some TV.
Mm.
That's mainly why I read those books. Also,
Well,
they were also generally good. So
but I mean, 30 minutes isn't a whole lot, and it made you a better writer
I
by
was
making you
eight.
a better reader.
I was 8.
Well, but still, especially when you're young, stuff like that has a big impact on you. So whoever said that probably was doing it for your own good. As much as I hate the it was for your own good defense, at least in this case, I don't think there was anything major harming you. If
No,
it
no,
had
it's
been like
just
an hour or two, I would have been like that was going a bit far. But half an hour isn't too bad.
um, well, the worst part was if I didn't read that day, those minutes would be added up. I think there was one time I didn't read for like a couple of days, so I had to read like for 2.5 hours.
Well, that might be a little extreme, but on some level, it's like, well, if you had just set aside half an hour to read something, you probably could have been spared that. But
I had school and homework and other stuff to do.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay.
Whoever said that might have taken it a little bit too far. But like I said, it probably did contribute to making you a better writer by making you a better reader.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I read Treasure Island. I read Wizard of Oz, Robin Hood, a couple others I can't remember.
I remember reading Phantom of the Opera, which is one of the only books to ever make me actually cry. But I read Phantom of the Opera. I read Count of Monte Cristo. I read Dracula. I read 2 different Sherlock Holmeses, including
Oh yeah,
Hound of the Baskerville.
I did read it. I read like a compendium of Sherlock Holmes stories.
Sherlock Holmes is awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Chrononaut saying everything is in flux. Sia, power and attitudes change too often. Sokotano Gaming says, want to talk about PS5. That might be something we talk about next week.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta get through this first. Also, peace, Chrononaut. Okay, so while fans wait for what might come to the silver screen in the future, they can enjoy all the animated shows that have pushed representation in the medium forward for the past decade.
The key word there, of course, being pushes. And usually, and again, I'm gonna harp on this point until it changes because I find it to be extremely stupid. How many of those were actual gay couples, and how many of those were just lesbians?
Yes.
I remember a famous line from one of my favorite YouTubers, Dr. Random McCam. He was joking around with some stupid video they were reacting to, and he had one of his puppet characters say something to the effect of, "Ha, we don't need worlds, we don't need worlds, we've progressed beyond them. All you need is lesbians." And I'm beginning to think that somebody somewhere took that as a measure for the future instead of a joke.
Right. All right. So, yeah, that was kind of our last article, but we do have something to talk about because we have not seen a lot of traffic on the thing we're about to talk about, which is our official Discord.
The podcast of the storm official Discord, which people join, please.
Yeah. So far, it's just been me and Dalton. And I actually put a lot of work and effort into making this because it took me like a month to get it kind of just where I want it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now I'm assuming everyone can see it up here. So yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. I can't speak for the audience, but
Yeah. All right, so yeah, mainly we have this, and from now on, I'm going to be posting a permanent link to the Discord in the description for every episode going forward. Been doing this for like the last 2 weeks, just so yeah.
You might also want to post it in the chat for or in the comments for the chat.
Yeah, that's also a thing I should probably do next. I will do that. But yeah, no. So yeah, it's a fairly typical Discord server, mainly just for fans of the podcast and stuff. Like if you guys can't get here to the actual YouTube, then there's a chat.
Where you can interact with us and possibly recommend stories if you want us to cover anything in particular.
We also have a readers club and stuff, like for people. Like if you guys want to recommend books, like actual books, that's still a thing.
Or comics or anything basically.
Yeah, and we also have memes and stuff, and yeah.
Basically, Brainstormer was a perfectionist and put a lot of work into this, so make sure it doesn't go to waste. Because we don't want to destroy his perfectionist spirit. It's a good thing.
Also, we have a music zone. So post any type of music within the listed
Genres?
thank you, listed genres. But yeah, no, it's a like I said, it's a fairly typical Discord server overall. We're just looking to get more people in it. That's pretty much it. So like I said, from now on, Discord links are going to be in the description down below, and also when we first start, I'm going to post a link in the in the chat. I will do that next week because we are kind of at the end now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Unless Ahsoka is still here and wants it, in which case.
Chrononaut says, Dalton, invite me on my Discord, and I will cross-invite.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's like I said, we're just hoping to have some fun there and stuff. Yeah, so if you guys want to join, want to have some just crazy times, be there, all that.
Be there, or be square, or be round, or be some kind of shape other than a positive shape for you.
Right. Or as I have written down is, be nerdy, be weird, and always be awesome.
Yes.
All right. So before we comic recommendations, so I read a few things over the week. Just had the time, obviously. So I read a comic called Lady Mechanica. It's like a steampunk fantasy kind of swashbuckling adventure kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Great art. I'm going to say that. And it grips you. Like, I think it's kind of doing. Unfortunately, I do think there's a little bit. I'm like grabbing something from a long running series, even though it's like a number one.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are events that are alluded to that happened with the characters beforehand. Fortunately,
Yeah.
so. But overall, it's really good. I think it gives you enough that you don't have to worry about reading everything else. Yeah, no, I got nothing really else to say. I do think it. Yeah, no, it's a good read. I do think you guys should pick it up. And I did read a little bit more of Dream Country, Sandman. That's I believe it's volume.
Yes. Volume 3.
Volume 3. Yeah, I read another chapter of that. It was again. It's very good. I'm going to keep recommending that too.
Yes, and I will second that recommendation because if you are a comic book fan and you have not yet read Neil Gaiman's run of The Sandman, you need to now.
Right. What else? Right. Actually, that's pretty much what I've read.
I will say that because we've talked about Looney Tunes today, there are Looney Tunes comics, several of which were published by DC recently, and they were crossovers with DC characters. They were pretty awesome.
All right. Yeah, man, I got nothing else to say. I mean, Don, do you have anything else?
No, I think I'm good as far as recommendations go.
All right. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avideze, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
That's fucking all, folks.